What's up, everybody? How's everybody doing out there? Good to see you, Sheree. Good to see you, Steve. I don't know what the hell this little crown shit is on the side, but hey, apparently Sheree is number one and Steve is number two. So shout out to you guys. Ain't nothing to worry about. I told everybody on Discord I'll be back. Matter of fact, Sheree, hopefully you got my message. I literally just turned my Discord back on today. I haven't even looked through it yet, but hopefully you got my message. I had somebody last stream, I think it was Bob. Shout out to him, but he was like, how do I send you a super chat or whatever? And I was like, man, I don't have it active yet. He said, well, how can I? I was like, honestly, I'm not here for the loot. I'm here to help people. Blah 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 blah. Went through my normal spiel about being monetized, and then told him I was like, maybe there's a way that we can tip Beans, we can tip Sheree or whatever, or tip Beans, tip Sheree. But he was like, Beans and Sheree, how can I help them? I was like, honestly, I don't know. But if you got like a PayPal or whatever, I want you to every now and again promo yourself, Sheree. If not, set up a PayPal, and then people can donate directly to you. And honestly, you'll be getting paid as a mod. Not from me, but directly from the viewer that actually values you. So we'll do that. Oh, what's this? I have an error. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain stream. What? What the fuck? What the fuck did you do, YouTube, you piece of shit? What's up, Leo? How are you? What's up, Eugene? What's up, Forever? What the hell is this bullshit? You guys will experience buffering. I'm hardwired across the gigabit connection, you piece of crap. Here, hold on. Let me see. If I do this, will this flip it over? I'll see if this thing actually loads up. It loaded up. No, Sheree, you do yours now. I already have one. I'm not worried about it. I'm simply not at this point, but legitimately, you do all this kind of crap for free. Not just my stream, but other been much bigger streamers, and not somebody reading off a Wikipedia page, but you're talking about one of the biggest news commentators on YouTube right now that I've seen. So you can get some kind of kickback. Let me look, Leo. Let me look and see what you tag me in, buddy. Let's see. Open this stuff in the background. YouTube's really, I don't know what's going on with YouTube ever since they, I guess, fixed ads or whatever for everybody else, which I didn't have that problem. See, this says that I'm not even live, which is, we know that's false, right? There it goes. Let me open my widget. Stream status poor. Dude, wait, what do you mean? Like, oh my God. This makes no sense. The stream current bitrate, 2680, is higher than the recommended bitrate. We recommend that you use a stream bitrate of 1000. So wait, because I'm sending out double the data, you guys are having issues? Man, you better fix your crap, YouTube. I understand, Sheree, but honestly, look, you do a job and get paid for it. And not just that, it's people that want to support you So if somebody sent ABL a super chat and it's specifically for you, Sheree, you're not getting a slice of that. Here, that's yours. Like if somebody wants to throw 10, 20, $100 at you, $500, whatever, man, I want you to advertise your PayPal. Straight up and simple. Don't make me go set one up for you because I'll do it right here on stream. And then, it's going directly to you. All right, I'm checking out Discord now. Just takes a minute to load up on this PC. Let's go into Sheree messages. Okay. Yes, Sheree linked it. Let me see what happens when I click it. You get a subscriber. Well, it won't let me. What the crap? Oh, because it's not going to go while my stream's going. Very cool, Leo. I'll when I get back to my normal PC setup. Is that your custom Predator? Yep. Very nice. Very nice. Very brutal. Good job. Good job, Leo. Very, very nice. That's cool. Let your creativity, even if it's this kind of stuff, because in the future, I mean, granted, everything's gone kind of CGI, but practical effects, in my opinion, look much better in a lot of cases than CGI. And working with stuff like this, even on a small scale, this is how you start on a path to CGI. So keep it up, keep doing it, and yeah, that's awesome. Good job. Very cool. Very, very cool. Uh, so yeah, we'll get into the big beautiful bill. I have been offline for the past week since Sunday. Um, one of the greatest stories I can never tell. It's unfortunate, but a long time ago, I was in the midst of a deal between a couple folks. It's the most I can tell you guys about it. And we brokered a peace between some people, and the peace almost shattered. Matter of fact, it did for a minute there. And I got a call from somebody. I honestly don't even know how the hell he got my number. And I didn't think I was ever going to hear from him again. That kind of thing, But they needed somebody to provide, we'll say, business strategy and mediate in a new negotiation. That's the best way of putting it. And it was super important. It was super fucking important. And I shut off everything, anything external. I did take brain breaks here and there. So I watched the new Jurassic Park, went and watched that movie Novocaine. Somebody told me to watch that. So I watched that. I watched stuff in the background, but nothing to do with news, really. Nothing to do with anything topical for the most part. And then I shut down my Discord. I didn't check anything to do with YouTube. I just, boom, gone for a few days. Things resolved. Things kind of resolved yesterday afternoon. And then today, I wasn't even sure if I was going to be able to do this stream because I was waiting on results and got results. And it was the best I could do. That's all I can say. But yeah, the tone and the shift in my brain when I have to go into a strategic thinking mode and all that kind of stuff. Where I can't have distractions because I have to be looking in 6 different directions at once, 8 different directions at once. Actually, you got an 8 across, so that would be 32 different directions at the same time for anything that's going to hit sideways or break down or go bad. and plan for worst case, plan for best case, try and find happy middles. I don't just like silence people's voices and say, "Oh, I fixed the problem." No, no, no. I actually fix the fucking problem. Um, that's awesome, Leo. I'm glad. That's cool, man. You got to hang out with your friends while you can, while you're young, and you still got them around you. Enjoy the time you have together and have fun. Just be a kid. Be a kid. That's my advice to you, Leo. Especially if you're in a spot where you can be. Just be a kid. Um, but yeah, like it definitely stuff takes a toll on you, and if you're not focused, bad things can happen. So hopefully, best way I can say this is peace lasted for almost damn 20 years. If it can last for another 20 years, maybe I won't even be on this planet anymore. But that'll put me near 70, and I don't think anybody's going to care about what I got to say at 70 years old. But yeah, like I said, it's also one of those stories that it's one of the greatest stories I can't ever tell. And even if I did tell you guys, you'd probably be like, "Gam, you're full of shit. Flat out, you're full of shit. You're making it up." It's like, no, 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 I'm not. Well, at this point, everything's ended well. We'll see. Give it a couple weeks. I'll wait. I won't sit on pins and needles, but I'll definitely have my phone on in the background waiting to hear updates. Wait, you made your own music, and then what suggested that you did AI music? Let me guess, YouTube. Yeah, guys, make sure you smash in the like button, share, well, subscribe, and I don't even know about sharing, just telling friends about it or whatever. People you think are cool in here. Very cool, Leo. That's your first custom. Good stuff. Like I said, look, you're going to start out and you're going to look back on it and however many years and be like, I can't believe that was the first custom I ever did. And hopefully you keep going, come up, be creative. That's the problem. That's what's lost in this generation is being creative and coming up with new things, um, things that are neat, things that you enjoy. But yeah, that's that's awesome, Leo. That's really awesome. Thank you for tagging me in it. I'm glad you did. Glad, shout out to the greatest mods on these internets, Sheree, because she tagged me in there. I was able to find it real easy. I didn't see it come up on my end on Studio when I opened Studio earlier. So I don't know what the deal is with it, but that was cool. Release your AI music too. What does that even mean? Release your AI music. It's technically the AI's music at that point. All you did, like, I can make AI music, and I don't know anything about music. I leave that stuff to you, Eugene, and Six, and E Rock. Like, you guys are the musicians. Yeah, Leo. It looks like the Super Predator too, which is cool. So I did this thing while I was in downtime. I'm gonna have to set this up. I don't know how to set this up. No sound to it, nothing like that. So not that big a deal. Do, 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 do. Let me see. Did I put it in screenshots? Did I put it in streaming? Put it in streaming. Okay. I thought you guys would like this. Just to see. Goes back to that whole how the sausage was made episode. Now, There's actually an AI camera built into the 3D printer that you attach. Let me see if I can't get this. Window capture, I want to say. Okay. Cool. Cool. I think I got it. What's neat is actually this is going to cover up the chat too, it looks like, when I do it. So what it does is after your print gets to a certain height, okay, what's going to end up happening is the camera snaps a picture. And so you don't get to see it like go like this. Like basically the print head or what have you, the print plate goes into the resin. It turns on the light for a second, cures that part, lifts it up, puts it back down, prints the next part, does it again, right? Every 10 times it does that, what happens is it takes a picture. Because it takes so long for it to do that part of the process, those 10 every 10th solidification on the model, it does one, but then it puts them all together and makes a video. So you can see certain things, and let me turn this on real quick. There's no volume, guys, so don't get all upset about no volume. But check this out. This is the interior of the 3D printer as it's making. I believe this one was the body, the first body I did for the teddy bear, the teddy scare. But you're not seeing it dip down, you're just seeing it pull out. And you can see all the supports, everything else. You can see the resin, how the resin level in the tank is dropping. But I did this for, let me see, which one's this? This one is the tongue. Let's see, what else? I did it for everything I printed. This one, there's the Joker bust coming out of the resin. What's up, Devin? How are you? Give her popcorn. Make sure you guys are smashing the likes. But yeah, the Joker bust one is creepy looking when it comes out. And you can see how much resin it took to do that one. But that is right there, that Joker. That's a 6-hour print. That's time elapsed over 6 hours. See what else we got. That one, that is the new teddy scare that I did. This is the pedestal for the Joker that it sits on. Let's see what else we got. That is Teddy Scare's head coming out. And you can tell like the smaller ones are much quicker video. This one is the new tongue for the second version of the Teddy Scare. And then finally, this is one that I was doing for my wife, the Manipal, the vampire. This one's actually pretty big. But you can see there's the wing coming up, the other wing. Pretty creepy, huh? What's happening, hot stuff? Yeah. Yeah, so let's take a look at how they look. So here's our Joker bust. I think he came out pretty damn solid. He is going to be fun to paint. Creepy face, everything else, and then the pedestal that went with him. Now, I'm not going to lie, that's probably about 36 hours worth of printing you guys just watched in about a minute. And when we put them together, pretty cool. Not bad. Solid all the way through. And then this one I cut on stream, the Teddy Scare. And I wasn't happy with it. I wasn't happy with my cuts. Right? Notice how the head's sitting loose. It's because when I did the cut down on him, I hit the wrong thing. I had to go into dimensions, and instead I went into X, Y, Z coordinates. Same thing with the tongue. The tongue, okay, so I'm going to have that right there, which would be a weld point to it. So this guy, unfortunately, the one I cut down, used all that resin, probably used about a day's worth of time printing him out. I don't like this. I like the trigger points here are too small where I can actually turn that thing in there. I shouldn't be able to do it. It should just be a little bit bigger where it's a little loose. So I took Teddy Scare here and redid them. And this is the new version. The head, as you can see, barely fits. But and when he goes in pretty nice and tight. And then the tongue, I actually took the entire tongue out, made an impression inside the model. I don't know if you guys can see the impression in there. And yeah, to me, I think that is the much better version of the Teddy Scare. So he's going to be fun to paint too. Leo, I saw the new Jurassic World movie already. I saw it actually probably about 6 o'clock this morning. And I'll give my review of it, and I won't get into spoilers. I'll try not to get into spoilers. Just kind of a quick breakdown of what happened in it and all that kind of stuff. I watched that. I watched Novocaine, which, so many issues with it. I watched the end of Ironheart, the last 3 episodes. Yeah, not a good show. There was one cool thing in there. They brought in Sacha Baron Cohen as Mephisto. And yeah, that was about it. He was pretty cool as Mephisto. But honestly, I'm really disappointed they brought Mephisto into that show. They tried to combine like the Iron Man armor with Matt. It was just, it's a mess. The whole show's a mess. It was written terrible. It was just not a good show. Avoid Ironheart at all costs is my suggestion. Starscream hasn't printed yet because when I did the wings, remember how I was saying when I cut them down, how those wings are hollow and it's going to be an issue? One of them came completely apart on the FEP, it's called. It's basically a clear coat plastic that the build plate presses into and squeezes the resin before it hardens it. And yeah, those wings fell completely apart, just like it's garbage. So I have to figure out how to make Starscream one solid model before I do anything with him. Like I've got to turn him into a solid model. Also, I tried to cut down Pyramid Head after that stream. And same thing. Pyramid Head, the reason why I'm having issues with him, why the other one's cracked is because he's already hollowed out in the middle. And I have to turn him into one solid model, into something that's, because when I'm trying to cut through it, it's not cutting through. And I'm like, why won't it break into parts? Because it's hollow in the center. It's considering that open space part of the model. So I have to fill in all that open space. But yeah, let's knock out what news I was able to just glean real fast. I saw Diddy got off completely, which honestly I'm not surprised. You try to get him on a RICO charge, and yeah, I didn't think that was going to happen. And then the trafficking charges, I could see where you could say, like, oh, well, he invited people to these parties or whatever. They were all full grown adults. They were all indulging in full grown adult activities. And no matter how distasteful any of us find them, they're full grown adults. Plus, it was really that chick Cassie, I think her name is. It's really like, from everything I saw, it seems like she set everything up. Like Diddy kind of just sat in the background. So, of course, he was going to get off. That's why I didn't really give a crap about that trial. It's garbage. I think, what was the other one? There's another trial, Kohnberg, or what's his name? But he was the guy who allegedly, at the time, took out a whole house full of like sorority chicks and like frat boys and all that stuff, and took them all out. And then like there's a whole bunch of stuff, real creepy looking dude and all this. He's basically a serial killer and are being accused, and he's taking a plea deal. So honestly, he needs to take the plea deal. Otherwise, if he tries to fight those charges, anything else, and he did do it, and I'm 99% sure that dude did it. If he doesn't take that plea deal, they could put the death sentence on the table, and yeah, he would lose, and he doesn't want to die. He's a coward. He doesn't want to die. So he took the plea deal. In the meantime, that's exactly what that the kid from the track stabbing, that kid, he should have taken the plea deal when they offered it to him. Now he's going to go to jail for a very, very long time. And reality is, everything I've seen with that is disgusting. His family should be ashamed of themselves at this point. They had put on the Gibson Go that the money that everybody's sending isn't just for his legal defense, but also basically their people are paying for them to live at this point. And it's like, really, dude, really? Like, you guys should have just had the kid plea it down as far as he could, involuntary manslaughter, whatever, done 3 to 5 years, collected that paycheck off that Gibson Go, and just lived a comfortable life. But instead, you're trying to juice everybody for more loot. And look, now it's up to the court, and now it's up to a jury of 12, right? And I don't think that's going to end well for him. I really don't. And then, of course, we've got the big, beautiful bill passed. I was pissed off when it was at 1.4 trillion. Now it's at 4 trillion. I have not been able to read it. I've not been able to find it. When I downloaded it and showed it off on this stream, it was 47 pages. That was it. 47 pages. And now I don't know how many pages it is, but I'm guessing it's probably anywhere from 200 to 1,000. Guaranteed it went into the Senate, and the Senate screwed so much stuff up. They added back in the reason why it ballooned, apparently. Part of it is because they put back in the subsidies for wind and solar generation, basically Green New Deal stuff. They put that stuff back in, I guess, to try and honeypot the Democrats to vote for it, which was never going to happen to begin with. So they legitimately, this is not good. The bill's not good, my opinion. Looking at it, like, there's certain aspects they should have cut it down. They should have made it where it was codifying Trump's tax cuts from 2016. Okay, fine, great. You're codifying them in, you're helping the middle class. A lot of the extra crap that was added on top of it, though, is just, it's not good. You're giving subsidies to, you're subsidizing, like I said, Green New Deal stuff in there. There's a lot that just doesn't make sense. There is one thing, though, that I did notice, and I couldn't figure it out at first, and I was pissed about it. And then everything's starting to make a little bit more sense. And I can get into that a little bit. So we were supposed to ship a bunch of missiles over to Ukraine. We ended up sending them to Israel instead because of the whole strikes on Iran and their defensive systems. I'm starting to think that what I was talking about with the mathematics with the Iron Dome, I was spot on accurate with, because they pushed that to a ceasefire rather quick, and Israel has not been quick on ceasefires, right? So why would you go to see? Well, if they're running out of missiles, I think the problem is this. I think it was like $1 trillion extra that was going to be funded to our military, and I couldn't figure out why. Like, why are we funding? Why are we going to fund more money out to the military? Here's why. This whole war that's gone on over in the Ukraine this whole time, that we've been propping up and sending them weapons and all that stuff, we've been slowly chunking away our stockpile. I think we've exhausted a good chunk of our stockpile. Then with everything happening in Israel the way it did, with Iran, I think we chunked out another part of our stockpile to a point where we were low on our own defense. And ended up, that's why we didn't send, that's why would you, if you had it, why would you not send 20K missiles to Ukraine and 20K missiles to Israel? Well, simple, you don't have 20K missiles to spare, so you send it to one place over the other. That extra money in the military budget is to rebuild our stockpile of defensive weapons. That's scary. That means that right now we're a little vulnerable. Yeah, we're definitely vulnerable, guys. Um, but yeah, I don't know what other news. What else? That's all I've seen really that's happened is that kind of crap. I saw that, hey, maybe the rumor I reported is true because Trump's pushing for a ceasefire in Gaza and says that Israel is willing to talk, which means that he's already had a conversation with Netanyahu over it. And now it's just all a matter of getting Hamas on board. So, what I reported like maybe 2, 3 shows ago about two-state solution and different people getting in the mix, Arab countries overseeing it and everything else, overseeing the Gaza Strip, like 4 Arab countries. I think it was Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and 2 others, or was it UAE? I don't know, but yeah, it's gonna get real interesting real soon here. Oh yeah, Steve, it's terrifying, but I want you to think about this, right? I want you to think about the incompetence of the last administration when it came to oil. Remember, Biden stopped all the drilling, said, well, actually, he didn't stop all the drilling, just no prospective new drilling, and cut off some of the lands that they were drilling on to get oil. And then all our gas prices, everything else, anything having to do with oil, shot up through the roof, right? What did he do? How did he fix it? Did he turn the drills back on and say, oh, I messed up? No. He went and drained our strategic oil reserve to drop gas prices for the midterm elections. So when you look at that kind of incompetence, if they've been giving away our military stockpile to fight a proxy war, logic would dictate that we have basically, like, they're firing off our weapons. Ukraine's not creating their own weapons. We're giving them to them. If we're just draining our stockpile out slowly and not replenishing it as fast as it's going out, remember, people were running out of ammunition. Like, I can't buy 9mm bullets. I can't buy this. I can't buy. If we're draining out our stockpiles like that, then we dropped our threshold for our own national defense, helping out these ass clowns. It's It's a whole lot of not good. If I'm going to be square up and honest, what's going on is a whole lot of not good. But do I think it's going to get back on track? Yes, I do. Do I think the big beautiful bill is now a big bloated bunch of crap? I do. I think there were certain parts that they just needed to separate out, codify them in the law, and then argue over the rest over the next 2 years. Instead, they screwed it up. Hey, Stranded, how are you? You're never late. You always arrive just when you mean to. But yeah, I'm not liking it. 4 trillion on our deficit spending. We're going to dilute our dollar. I think you got 9 trillion in debt that they have to sell this year to break us even. I think that's what I had seen a while ago, was we have to sell off 9 trillion in debt to China, to whoever's going to buy it. Thing is, when nobody's buying our debt anymore, what happens? You know, we it's just bad. But it's what Trump wanted, and to be fair, he got everybody on board. Um, I can tell you now that somebody should go, and I'm not calling for violence on anybody, especially political violence, but somebody should punch Hakeem Jeffries right in the throat. One of his fellow Congress people, so he stops talking. He talked for 8 hours and 45 minutes today, saying legitimately nothing, just delaying the bill to hear his own mouth run. Just shut your mouth and sign it, or don't sign it. Call it a day. You lost. That's fine. Just eat the loss and move forward, man. Just stop with your mouth running, because nobody listened to what you had to say. Everybody was just like, you're just wasting time. Stranded, I don't know what's up with the Purple Crown things. I have no idea. I don't even know why I got them or anything else. It's not something I turned on. I have not been on social media. I have not been on YouTube, really. Yeah, I think that's just it forever. I think, all right, so let me put on the well, not even the tinfoil hat, the corporate foil hat. If I were to guess, it's to show, it's to get you guys to chat more often, to show how loyal you are to a show or a content creator by putting it in there and rewarding you for being number one. Because usually when they do crap like this, it's to inspire competition, to show somebody how much more of a supporter you are than somebody else. Well, yeah. I don't know about all this. That's the only thing I can come up with, because the more engagement you get out of somebody, the more they can show you an ad for a product that you're probably never going to buy, and or some crappy AI storytelling or something like this. That's what I'm saying, Steve. So because you're chatting the same rate you always do, and you're always chatting on this channel, it's going to boost you, right? But look, you can say you're number one wearing a crown. It's your way of talking smack, like, yeah, oh yeah, I support GAM more than anybody else. You know what I mean? Now, granted, that is true. You guys do support me, but all you guys support me in your own ways. You know what I mean? I just had little Leo make his first custom ever. That's amazing. That's the kind of crap I would rather see, is like, hey, can we put Leo's thing up and make it something that everybody votes on and says, hey, this is cool. This is, I didn't like this that much or whatever. Give me stuff like that. You really want, I do a creative stream. I don't go and show off like other people's videos. I don't go and show off. Well, I do here and there, but I don't make that the focus of the stream, is showing other people's stuff, outside of, models like this guy. Um, I don't make it a habit of going to Wikipedia and reading people's entries that somebody else wrote because I didn't do the research or couldn't be screwed to do the research on my own time and then explain it and break it down to people. You know, I'm like I said, everything's created in on the fly. Well, that's just it. YouTube does because what that's saying is, all right, it's the same way a video getting likes. Okay, so you have likes, views, right? But let's say I had monetization going right now in super chats, right? Steve's super chatting me $500 at a time, $100 at a time. Not saying that's the way it works, but then he gets the crown and he's number one. Then it's like, oh look, I'm better than everybody else because I gave more money to like I was willing to part with more of my money, stuff like that. They might do the rankings like that, or on channels like yeah, like Sheree just said, top fans will be, on monetized channels and stuff like that. That's just it. That goes all into the more engagement you get out of somebody and all that stuff means the more into the stream you were or what have you. But I don't think it really affects. It's just a way to get people to chat more because the more people that are using the platform, that's how they go to the ad companies and say, hey, look, we've got this guy who gets 1 million views per video, we'll say. And he has an interaction rate of, 5-10 million, because my interaction rate compared to the people that view my videos and my streams and stuff, man, the discrepancy is like 10-20 times, right? So they can go to the advertiser and say, now we need more advertising money. So this way we can do that side bull crap that they've been doing in streams now, where this side of the video will be your stream. And over here is an ad running at the same time. Like it splits your video down into 2 boxes next to each other and cuts off the audio for this box and turns on the audio for this box. So this way people are watching the ad while they're watching the stream. But it's a way that YouTube can capitalize and make more money off of people putting out content. I mean, look, I'm not gonna lie, my headspace is kind of jacked. So Hulk might come out really, really cool, or he might come out completely terrible. I don't know yet. I don't know how bad he's gonna be. I saw people complaining about this model too. They're like, I can't get him on the base. He's too rigid. It's like all you had to do was trim a little bit here, there, and then just angle him in. He goes right on. But I understand. I get the competition, and guys like Tim Pool will salivate over crap like this. Me, not so much, because like I was even saying to Sheree, create a PayPal, have people send you direct loot because you've earned it. And she's like, well, you do it first, and it's like, no, no, ma'am, no, I will not. You do it first. Get paid for being a mod. I mean, look, if we're gonna call a spade. I'm at like 86 subs or something like that. I've got almost more than enough hours to get my first level of monetization. 500 subs will come in about 5 years at that rate, if not longer. And I'm not too worried about it. I'm not doing this for loot, glory, or anything else. I'm doing it for the people watching to have fun, enjoy themselves, put something creative out in the world instead of destructive. Have fun. Yeah, well, he won't have to look at the chat. All he's got to do is look at the crowns, like, and then guaranteed those people are probably the ones that are giving $500 super chats. So all he's got to do is look for the crown, and then pull up their super chats. Simple as that. Just look for that name in his super chats. Puree, it only comes up on my desktop when I'm watching a stream. I haven't had it come up on my tablet, but I've had it come up on my laptop while watching PBD. Well, we're going to go traditional Hulk here, I think. And I'm not going to lie, the guy who designed this and everything else. Matter of fact, let me go. I didn't even set up for this damn stream. Sorry, guys. Bad headspace. Let me see. Let me get my screenshot. The guy who did this he actually did the paint job to it. What he saw in the Hulk, and I'm not gonna lie, his mix of greens, yellows, everything else is off the chain. Like he is, and it isn't the only one he's ever done either. He's done others. And his stuff is always way tight. Like he's an actual artist. But this is what he did. Yeah, I only read 5 super chats. You're lucky if he reads 5 super chats. The most I ever saw him read when I used to watch him was 3. And then he'd be like, okay, we're going to the after show, and then we'll have discussions that you guys can spend $10 a month to watch. Like, dude, it lasts 15 minutes. And honestly, if anything good happens in those after discussions, you see somebody clip it anyway and put it on YouTube. Be like, did you just see R.A. the Rugged Man smack Tim Pool around? You know? Stranded, that's just it. You know, like, eventually I'll do t-shirts, I'll do hats or something. Right? That I'm all right with because I think that could be cool. I think a DTSFA shirt could be a neat idea, or hat, or something like this. I'm also hesitant because, like I said, in a way, I feel like I'm grifting at that point, and I don't want it to turn into, hey, buy my coffee, buy my, you know. It's not supposed to be about all that. It's supposed to be a place where you can come, forget about life for a minute, or have public discourse on religion, on politics, on pop culture, on painting, or being creative, just expressing yourself and having fun. It's not supposed to be all about the loot. If it's all about the loot, then I already lost, guys. Sorry. Sorry, you guys bet on the wrong one because, you know, there's certain people that have never earned a penny in their life, never, you know, worked a job or whatever, that do this shit as a living. And that's all they've ever worked for their entire lives, is to be monetized. And hey, you know what? Good on them if they made it and they got there. For me, that's always been the side benefit. Like if I ever made it there, that's cool. But I would be more excited about the amount of people listening to me and hearing old stories and all that. Because the more people hear an old story, for example, of like me and the old guys going through it when we were kids or stuff like this, that legend lives on. You know, like maybe 10, 15 years from now, something I say here about an old adventure or something comes up, and like Leo, who's younger than all of us, turns around and goes, I remember GAM telling a story about this, and this is how he got out of this situation. This is how they did it. This is, you know what I mean? To me, that's the bigger thing. Very nice, Devin. Very nice. And I bet you that cat didn't either, because it's a cat. But yeah, let's see. Movie reviews. Novocaine. Man, there's a twist in the movie. Saw it coming 10 miles out. like right off the beginning. I was like, okay, this is what's, this is the twist to this one. Wasn't wrong, nailed it. Um, but I hated it. And I hated it from a medical perspective. Like, popcorn movies can be fun and all that. Like, back in the day, they did, what was the one with Jason Statham? They made two of them where if he stopped moving, stopped his adrenaline, all that, his heart would stop and he would die. The second one, he didn't even have a heart and had to, like, they took his heart out of him. I can't even remember the name of the movie. That one was fun, but it was so ridiculous and over the top. That's what made it fun. This one, some of the stuff, like, so basically, God, what's his name? Dennis Quaid and Meg Ryan's son. All right. He's like the main star. His girlfriend gets kidnapped during a bank robbery, all this stuff. There's a part where he gets shot and catches the bullet in his arm, right? But he can't feel pain. Like, he's got that genetic disorder where you don't feel pain. And yeah, he dug that bullet out and everything else. I'm like, that's great. And then basically sealed the hole up with crazy glue. Hate to tell you this, you would have bled to death in a couple hours. If a couple hours, you would have just simply bled to death. And then on top of it, he's like hitting himself with epinephrine, like basically like using it like it's an adrenaline shot. You would have bled out even faster, dude. Like, you just would have died. Your whole arm would have become like a giant bruise. It would look like a giant bruise at first. Then it would just start bloating, and then you would have just run out of blood to bleed. You would have died. Crank, yes. Yeah, the first one was hysterical. The second one was just stupid ridiculous, right? But like, it's a fun movie, and that's what they tried to kind of do here, except for it was just, oh, this guy doesn't feel pain. But there was just too much stuff in it where I'm like, oh no. Like, I could see if you were like ex-military, ex this, ex that, ex the other thing, but you weren't even that. Like, so like Guns Akimbo, I like because it's an internet troll, played by Daniel Radcliffe, and he pisses off the wrong people, and they have like this game show going where it's basically assassins taking each other out, and they break into his house, they beat him down, knock him cold. He wakes up and he's got guns bolted to his hands, right? The premise is ridiculous, but it's fun because he's still a coward. He's not an action hero. He doesn't know how to do it. He's just an internet troll. And it's just like, even firing the gun the first time, it scares the hell out of him. Stuff like that. This was too, the writing's just bad. Like, bad, not even fun bad, just bad. Then, of course, the one Leo wants to hear about, Jurassic World Rebirth. With good old ScarJo. Oh boy. The premise. Premise is this: pharmaceutical company needs dino DNA from the largest of the dinosaurs. So from land, sea, and air. So basically a brontosaurus, a mosasaurus, and it's a Quetzal something, right? But basically a giant ass pterodactyl. And what's happened is, since the last Jurassic Park, all the dinosaurs have been dying off because the environment's not right for them, so they're slowly dying. The only place that they still exist is in this band that is around the equator. That's the only environment hot enough for them. Only, type that's the same as like 60 million years ago or whatever the hell, when whatever dinosaurs roamed the earth. So the thing is, humanity is basically banned from going there. And pharmaceutical rep says if we can get these three, like, it has to be fresh blood samples from them because the hemoglobin basically like dies off if you don't have it contained right and all this stuff. Then we can basically synthesize a drug from these blood things because these creatures live to be hundreds of years old, the bigger ones, because of how big their heart is and their body maintaining it and all this. We can synthesize a drug that's basically going to, we can apply it to humans and kill off like heart disease, basically stop heart disease altogether. So because this stuff's on a ban list, you know, you're not allowed to go there. He goes and hires mercenaries. Scarjo is one of the head mercenaries. And of course, she's got the merry band of goofs. And, you know, the first thing is to hunt down the mosasaur or whatever that's out in the ocean. They kind of know where it's at and all this stuff. And then go to this island that was full of experimental dinosaurs. So it's, in order to drive sales at the theme park, they said, hey, you know what? What if we combine like a pterodactyl with a raptor, for example? People would pay to see that because people are getting tired of seeing just pterodactyls. So they did genetic work on the dinosaurs like this on the island. And yeah, they go after the mosasaur, but before they catch up to the mosasaur, there is Dora the Explorer and her father. I don't know, a girl that's friends of the family and like her brother or something like this. It's a family of four, basically Hispanic people. And they're out sailing their boat, and the mosasaur knocks the boat over, capsizes it. Scarjo and them kind of rescue him from the wreckage and all that. And basically it's telling two stories, one of the team going in to get the dino DNA and one of Dora the Explorer's family. They try to play the greatest hits. You see like one of the what are they, Diplosauruses or whatever, the spitters. You see those at one part, the T-Rex of course, and then they break out. Oh my god, they always got to try and one up the T-Rex, right? So they have a genetically modified one. It looked like if you took the Rancor from Star Wars, and they show him in the beginning of the movie too, so it's not really a spoiler. If you took the Rancor from Star Wars, crossed it with the T-Rex, and then crossed it with the Alien Queen from the movie Aliens. And I was just like, oh, Jesus, what are you guys doing here? What kind of amalgamation is this? And yeah, it's basically they all get, won't get into how they get there, but they end up stranded on the island and they have to escape. And that's basically the movie with the samples. And yeah, I'm going to leave that right there because anything else I tell you guys would be spoilers. I know Leo's real excited, wants to see it. You might enjoy it. For me, I was like, oh God. I like the premise of all the dinosaurs dying off, explains why the Earth isn't overrun and stuff like this. I liked certain aspects to it, made sense, but oh, yeah. Yeah, it was if I had paid to go see that in the movies, I'd have been so pissed. Just so pissed. Especially I can't get into it. Like it sucks because I want to spoil the movie, but it just came out and I'm not going to ruin it for everybody. It's one of those things. Let's give it like 2 months. We'll revisit it, and then and then we'll have the conversation about certain things in the movie that I was just like, well, that makes no goddamn sense. Well, this character, why are they what? That doesn't make sense. Like, why are so? Wait a minute. How did what? That makes no sense. How is it that in the first Jurassic Park it was like this, and then in this movie, like, wait, what? Makes no sense. And maybe it's just adult logic, and you're supposed to just turn your brain off, go and watch big dinosaurs doing things, right? I just there were some cool scenes. So the CG is not bad. The one dinosaur design, in my opinion, was an atrocity. It was like, what are you doing? Like, what are we doing here, guys? Like, what, the amalgamation dinosaur in particular was just what what am I even looking at right now? Like, what was the thought process here? Like, hey, you remember Star Wars? I remember Star Wars. You remember Alien? I remember Alien. You remember Jurassic Park? I remember Jurassic Park. How about we blend all three together and see how it comes out? Like, oh, uh oh. Sheree took number one spot. Everybody's off to the races with this crap. Yeah. Who's who's the biggest supporter? So what else? What have I missed, guys? What else happened in news? What happened in entertainment? The only other thing I've been listening to in the background is odd things. So the best way I can describe them is odd things. So like the Book of Jubilee, the Book of Enoch, Where is Nod, stuff like this. More biblical stuff that honestly sounds like something out of Lord of the Rings than it does any Bible I've ever heard of, which is why I've got the Ethiopian Bible being ordered now so I can actually read it, because I want to see these apocryphal texts, like these extra texts that weren't included in the Bible, aren't canon to the Bible, were left out of the Bible for different reasons. And yeah, you're not wrong, Stranded. I love the original Jurassic Park was a fantastic movie in my opinion. My God, I remember seeing it in the theater. I wasn't going to go see it. My buddy Heroin Joe, he friggin' forced me to go see it. He was like, "Oh, you haven't seen it yet? Oh my God, do you like dinosaurs?" Yeah, I do. Oh, you got to see this. And it was just groundbreaking and amazing and all that. And this is where I was saying to Leo about the Super Predator in Jurassic Park 1. That's all practical effects. They made those dinosaurs even on a smaller scale and then made them look like they were bigger. Stuff like that, man. That's the kind of stuff where creative thinking and customizing stuff to what you want to see is really cool, because practical effect making is going the way of the dodo because of AI and stuff. So learning how to do it before it goes away, if you're one of the only people that can do it, and there's actually something there to it. Devin just prays to Jesus, and you got your crown back. There was one thing I did see. Speaking of crowns and kings and all that, supposedly there was going to be no King's Day rallies actually on July 4th. And I guess whatever NGO was supporting them isn't supporting them anymore. So they've kind of just dropped the whole damn thing. Like, like they dropped it fast, quick, fast, and in a hurry. Um, am I gearing up for the fourth? Yeah, here's my gearing up for the fourth. Getting the CBD ready for the dog so he doesn't have a panic, and streaming video games on the internet. That's my 4th of July. I don't care about fireworks. Around here you got a lot of people that are going to go out and shoot off their guns, blow off fireworks, and I mean we got the good fireworks down here where you can buy, like, you can go spend like $10,000 on tube launchers if you want and put on a show like they would out in the harbor of New York or whatever. Like you can do your own show like that, which is amazing. But no, I honestly, what am I celebrating? It's not really the birth of America. That didn't come for many years later after the Revolutionary War and all that stuff. We just declared our independence, but it didn't even reach the King of England on July the 4th. Just when we did it. So I don't have friends, you know. Um, and I mean, that's pretty much by choice. So picnics and stuff like that or barbecues, I got no family, no friends like that around me. My kids will probably be doing stuff with their friends and all that. They're younger and all that stuff. I'll be chilling with my wife, the dog, and, well, I guess you guys if you're watching the stream. Pretty much it. I'll probably have like two people watching me or something. I don't expect Sheree to be there for it. She's got family and stuff and, kids to watch fireworks with. Most of you guys will probably be enjoying time with loved ones and family and stuff. Me, I'm just boring, I guess. No, there's not going to be another No King's Day. That's the whole thing that I heard was that apparently people were gearing up and all excited about it and all this. And yeah, they basically all those little signs and all the little goodies that the NGO, probably Soros inspired NGO too, to be honest, if we're being serious and honest. Probably somebody like a George Soros is funding it or whatever. They realized that the last one, they got a ton of people to show up, but nobody really cared. It didn't even matter. So they just basically dropped the whole narrative as far as the NGOs are concerned, or from what I'm seeing. And yeah, it's just going to be a 4th of July celebration. Now, there are a lot of places that are heightening for possible lone wolf terrorist activity. That is a thing. So, because of everything that just happened with Iran, they are afraid of like a 9/11. If you're going to hit America, well, if you're going to hit Israel, for example, you're going to hit them on a holy day of Sabbath, right? Because then you're sending a message. The message. If you're going to hit America, you hit it on its 250th birthday. And that's where we're at. It's 250 years of America, I think, or 249. I can't remember. It's 249, wasn't it? 1776. So, but close enough to 250 where if you did something terrible on that day, we wouldn't be celebrating the birthday. We would be celebrating, an attack on us. Yeah, well, I mean, if they don't want to participate in the 4th, they don't want to participate in the 4th. Um, like I said, I'm not anti-American. It was cool when I was younger and single and taking girls to watch fireworks and all that kind of stuff, right? You get a little older, it's more like, I just kind of want to chill and relax and watch something on TV or listen to or play a video game, whatever. Plus, it doesn't help that my streaming schedule lines dead nuts up with it either. Which, I mean, do you guys want me to just skip the stream tomorrow, the gaming stream? I can. Not a big deal. Nobody's going to be around to watch it anyway. But I just figured I look at it, same thing for Easter, Christmas, all that other stuff. If my stream happens to fall on those days, even if I've got like one person watching, hey, maybe you got no family around you, maybe you have no kids, maybe you're all alone. Well, what the hell else are you going to do? I might as well stream at that point because my kids are grown. Me and my wife will exchange gifts and then, basically, oh, well, that was cool. Good Christmas. Good stuff. Pat each other on the ass and like, good game. And, go go enjoy the rest of the day doing shit. Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah, the only fireworks it seems everybody likes to watch is when it's bombs being dropped on buildings and bunkers and stuff. Those are fireworks that we're all like, ooh, look at the pretty lights. But that's because they're not falling on us. So, like, if we're being completely honest, it's usually our fireworks going off somewhere else. Like, I'll never forget watching Shock and Awe on TV when that happened, being like, holy shit, we really, we're not screwing around here. Oh, okay, Leo. Good call out. They're not dinosaurs. Those are reptiles. Well, dinosaurs were reptiles, though. I thought how they would interact with human DNA. I have no idea, though, Leo. I'm not going to lie. So you may have a point there. You may be onto something. But even Leo, who's into dinosaurs and all this, is finding flaw in the movie that I'm not even pointing out. So if that tells you anything, proud of you, Leo. That's the way you want to look at life. Is there's always an angle. It's always, why doesn't this make sense? If something doesn't make sense, question it. The greatest question you can ever ask is why, because the more curious your mind is, the more you will learn, and the more you can learn, the smarter you are about things, the better life you can have going forward, like going into your older age. Why does this doesn't make sense? Something doesn't make sense, then look at it a little deeper. See why it doesn't make sense. But question things. Always question things. Don't just go along. That's what sheep do. And we're not sheep. We are humans. Yeah, Steve. See, like that's a different for me. That's a whole different era. You know, a lot of my friends like that are gone. And to be honest with you, the ones that are left, I'm going to say like 90% of them I don't even like anymore. You know, there's some that I really enjoy and all that, and there's certain people that I will always enjoy their company and always enjoy being around them. And then there's others where I'm like, yeah, yeah, well, I haven't seen you in like 20 years. There's a reason for that. But yeah, it's just, I get it. There was a point in time where when you're young, you have that camaraderie, and that's just it. If you still have that camaraderie with people, that's a good thing. It's not a negative. I'm just saying for me, my camaraderie is phone calls saying, "Hey, everything's gone to hell. Can you see a way through this?" Yes, I can, and this is how. Give me 24 hours to think. Make sure I didn't miss anything. That sort of deal. Seems more people call me for problem solving than to just say, "Hey, man, how are you? It's been a long time." Guys like a shout out to Gigs, who's not here tonight, or D or whatever. Just check in with me every now and again to see how I've been. Bubba. Bubba calls me once a week. Smurf. Shout out to Smurf. Hey, yo, you know something, Gam? We ain't played no games in a while, I'm getting a little upset here. My butt's hurting. Okay. Gotta play some games eventually, Gam. You can't duck me all the time. Yeah, I agree. That was me at one point, too. Oh, right in the paint. That was me, too. I held on to a lot of traditions for a long time that me and my friends always had. And then there's still people that hold that tradition. Like there's one one of my friends, he would do a steak dinner with all the different guys because everybody's gotten older now and all that. And then when Guido passed away, that tradition kind of it waned a bit because now you're missing members of the old crew and stuff like that. It just, as time goes, at the end, you definitely enjoy the time you have with your friends when you're younger because the older you get, the less of one you're going to have, and two, people change as they get older. Maybe not at their core. Nobody ever really changes at the core. But as far as like, beliefs, outlooks, stuff like this, people change over time. Well, don't worry, Leo. You're going to see more of those Spinosauruses again. So just letting you know, buddy. Dear Lord, Devin, who had that done? You or the hubby? Because yeah, colonoscopy prep, not fun. Drinking the stuff to blow it out, all that. One of those things. I should probably have mine done. I turned, Jesus Christ, guys, I turned 50 next week. 50 years going around on this fucking rock. And yeah, I don't feel it. Well, my body feels it. Body feels like 150. Brain, no. Still a kid. Still a kid for the most part. Still just a big ass kid. Nope, not a grandpa. Not yet. It's the one thing. It's one thing I can say. Kids have not had kids, so no grandpa yet. Old man, as a couple of the kids refer to me as the old man. That's one thing. Not a grandpa. Not yet. And I'd be all right with being a grandpa. As my wife said, can you imagine being my grandkid? I'd be like, oh hell no, we're building you a Batmobile, kid. You're like a midget person. I'm just going to start 3D printing right now. Let's get all this set up. Okay, we need to put on a rocket booster. Let's wire that together over here. We're going to use this alcohol fuel to power it up. I would be a crazy ass grandpa. I'd be the grandpa that my kids would be like, yeah, you're not allowed to hang out with grandpa anymore. Hey kid, what? Come here, pull my finger. And just die laughing with them. My wife's like, you would be Rick Sanchez if you were a grandpa. Let me tell you something here, Morty. Let me tell you how this is gonna work. You're exactly a week after mine, Stranded. We'll have to all sing happy birthday to you on your birthday. Yeah, you're exactly 1 week after mine. And honestly, that means your birthday's on a Thursday, I believe. I believe it's a Thursday. So if you're around, not out partying or hanging out with friends or whatever, and yeah, I'll be streaming. Make sure, regardless, we're gonna shout you out. Speaking of which, Stranded, I did get to browse for a second there when I was setting up this stream. Like I said, I haven't been on the socials, but I saw you. You dropped a comment, and it's a long ass comment. I'm not gonna lie. So I was setting up the stream, didn't even. I was like, damn, I don't have time to respond to this. But because I shut down social all week, I didn't see it, and I'm sorry I haven't responded. I will after the stream. I think Sheree had responded. I saw that. I read that real quick. Book channel. Um, I started to do it and spilled coffee over everything. Well, not the book, but that's coming. It's still in the pipe. I still haven't forgotten about it. Running out of things to paint and having to get the 3D printer set up, like rocking and rolling, so I can do basically a blackout stream. Remember, I was going to skip a week of streaming. Well, not a week, but I was going to skip last Sunday. And instead, I showed you guys, like I did, how the sausage is made stream and all that. I had planned to work on that too. But setting up and streaming and then cutting models apart and all that, I've kind of got to get everything. That's the problem. Trying to do too much all in one shot. I'm trying to build these models, build stuff like this, cut it down and get it ready for printing and making sure it comes out good. Doesn't come out like the first teddy bear, comes out like the second teddy bear. Get all that stuff set on top of, doing the stream three out of 7 days and going for like, I don't know, however long we friggin' go, anywhere from like 6 hours to 8 or whatever ridiculous nonsense. Then, taking this past couple days off to resolve that bullshit. And it's not even bullshit. I shouldn't say that. But to resolve the issue I was dealing with, it kind of hurt. I lost all my news coverage. Like, realistically, I usually do the news for like the first like hour and a half or something, and I don't even know what's going on in the world. I can't even speak to like, oh, well, this happened and that happened and be super knowledgeable. But yeah, I mean, that's just it. Like, I'm happy you guys are still tuning in, still watching, liking, sharing, all that fun stuff. Subscribe to me and all that. Um, and I just, like I said, there's a part of me tonight even that I was just like, maybe I shouldn't stream. Maybe I should just let it go. Keep doing these 3D models. Go work on this. Go work on that. Really do stuff. Because I think, I don't know if it's this week or next week. I think it's next week. Like Marvel Rivals is going to season 3. So they're adding Blade and Phoenix to it. Phoenix is going to be the first one, and then Blade's going to come in like season 3.5 or whatever. And so now I've got to learn how to play a whole new character, all that kind of crap. And grind out battle passes and all that fun stuff as far as the video game front goes. So that's another little thing I got to throw on top. I actually got a game the other day that my buddy's been trying to get me to get forever. And I finally picked it up and I was like, I haven't even turned it on yet. But it's called Skull and Bones and it's like a pirate game. Well, yeah, no, I'm good on that, especially after hearing some of the stuff, some of the little details that I had heard like a month or two ago that had come up with the whole Diddy thing. There will be no Friday night freak off. No, I call that FAFO, effing around Friday online. Wow, really? I hope Mister's okay. Like, was it a gay bar? If it's a gay bar they just drove past and shot at, then Mister might be in trouble. But if it's a straight bar, Mister will be fine. Wow, really? They try to drive up onto the L platform? That's crazy. I tease Mister all the time. When he's here, I'll make the same joke over again so he can, admonish me or whatever he normally does, even if he's around. We, I usually don't see Mister until Beans is in the chat. I'm just saying. Really? You think it was a rap concert? I mean, wouldn't shock me. I don't think it's all right, but also it doesn't shock me. Yeah, see, in my opinion, that sounds like somebody was that was one that was like they were aiming for somebody specific, and others were just in the way. Or maybe you're right, and it is gang related, and it was a whole set of people, and they were just like, "Hey, you know what? We can take the whole crew out right here, right now. So why don't we?" Like, ain't that the Crenshaw set? Let's go wipe them. Oh, that's Eighth and Vine. Let's go take those fools out. Sheree, actually, there is. There is honor among thieves. It's the younger ones that have to be reeled in every now and again. That's all. That's all. But there is still honor among those thieves. But all's fair too in love and gang warfare, which is the shame of it. Everybody got to protect a rep. Everybody got to protect their set, their corner, their it's young men flexing territory in a lot of cases that honestly belong to much older men, and they need to recognize sometimes. Do I like that green on there? I actually like the darker green. Fading this in. It's doing okay with filling in cracks and crevices, but I think I like the darker. Not in every case. I can honestly say not in every case. Some of them do have chill, but only if they respected who came before them and respect that chill that they had. Yeah, but that's just it. That's going to put every cop in coming at them now. Like the only thing they could have done worse was go ambush a bunch of police officers, in my opinion. That's going to put a focus right on your business dealings and everything else. For what? Street cred? How's that going to pan out for you? It's not. The trick is balance balance, respect boundaries. And like I said, that's part of what killed the mob off was the younger generation. They're like, oh, the old guys don't want us getting into drugs and all this kind of stuff. And 110% got into drugs and everything else. And then that shit blew up on them and wiped the mob out for the most part. Chicago, see, like the whole thing is, I don't know about Chicago and gang politics there. I don't know how they're structured. I mean, there was a point in time when Alphonse Capone ran Chicago, some stuff like that went down, and everybody that was involved in it would have turned themselves over to the police because they would have been afraid of what would have happened had the old heads taken care of things on their own. But I don't know in this day and age how that works out. As far as Chicago is concerned, I'm not a Chicagoan. Wasn't my bag of tricks to get into. To know that so that I could survive. But like I said, that's part of the thing when you're younger. The guys who always made out the best were the ones who listened to the old heads, had that respect. Mm, that makes sense, Steve. That actually, I'm not gonna lie, that does make a lot of sense to me. Right around the 2000s, definitely makes a lot of sense. Um, and what do you mean, Eugene? What happened on AVL? I didn't even see AVL, so I have no idea what he talked about. I have no idea what the chat was like. Was it a rough night, Sheree? Were the calls like, wacky? Did you have the homeless baker calling in going, "Hey, AVL, guess what? I just got done having sex with my cousin, and she may be pregnant. How do I take care of this, AVL? Thanks." So they basically created a power vacuum. He did call. I'm not shocked by that. And I'll let that sink in. Derp, derp, derp. You let that sink in, and I'll just leave the callers with that. And God bless America. And God bless my cousin Franny and her baguettes that are cooking right now in my tent. I'd like to end this call, ABL, by saying, what? Oh, sorry, wrong stream. Greg McNeely. Who the fuck is Greg McNeely? Why don't I know that dude? He called himself mid racism. How does that work? Either you're racist. I mean, you can be semi-racist, I guess, or just racist against one thing. How does that work exactly? I don't know. I stopped seeing color a long time ago. Dealing in certain things recently made me realize how many people still do. I'm not trying to be racist, but say something racist. I'll say something racist. Here you go. You ready, Eugene? I'll say something racist just for you. I dance like a white guy. That's racist. That's a stereotype. I dance just like a typical white guy. I moved away from Cleveland because Scott. I don't know why either, Leo. I mean, that's really nice of you. That's it's actually very I take that as a huge compliment. you know, but I know what that's like. Scott Adams. Scott Adams. God damn it. I know that name. Is that the guy who created Dilbert? What the hell? I mean, look, you can pretty much tell the people that are calling in that are semi racist to actual racist by what they say to ABL when they call in. I think I was explaining this. Part of the reason why I want to bounce off Facebook is some of the stuff that was coming out of people's mouths towards other people. One friend who's a black conservative, like the stuff they were saying to him. And then on the other side, like tearing this dude apart for his kid being trans or whatever and all that kind of stuff. Which I don't agree with trans, but hey, you know, that's his problem, not a you problem. You don't have to tell him he's going to burn in hell for the rest of eternity because he's doing, you know, allowing his kid to pursue this path when his kid's like 17 turning 18. So you really have no authority there. Stuff like that. Hey, mister, you weren't involved in that shooting. I said if it happened outside a gay bar that mister might be in trouble, but if it was a straight bar, that mister would be fine. And I told everybody in here when I said that, even though it was a joke, I was like, when mister gets in here, I will tell that same joke directly to mister because I don't talk smack behind his back. I'm going to tease him right to his face. You were wearing your bulletproof tank top and jeans short. Were you wearing your top knot, sir? Were you wearing the old top knot? And it stopped like 3 bullets. God damn, this is why it like honestly, this is why I love Mister. Jumps into the chat. I tease him. Doesn't get all offended like fuck you, Gam, I hate you, blah 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 blah. No, he just starts laughing and goes with it. It just epic. You have jorts. What are you, John Cena? That's all I can think of when I think of jorts now. I have like 10 sets of the same type of pants. They're like these Taiwanese fisherman's pants. And once they wear off, either wear out, I'll cut them and just wear them as shorts. Honestly, I'm surprised the Hulk doesn't wear them because it would make sense. You can just adjust them to my waistline goes up in the winter and down in the summer. My name is Randy Jordan. Well, at least it isn't Michael Jordan. Oh, yes, I have heard that, Steve. A few days ago, you got Shrey of the Skies. Nice. Um, yeah, I've definitely heard that prank call where he calls up and he's just like, it's an advertisement. Ma'am, where do you fall on the side of America? Well, then this Sunday, WWE presents John Cena versus Bret the Hitman Hart live in your town. Brr, 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 brr. Mr. Epic. Just epic. It was in his genes. Yes. So, Stranded, you're quiet out there. Where are you? You're going to lose like your crown placement or whatever the hell they got going on here on YouTube. You know what? Now that I'm looking at that crown thing, I'm wondering if that's where the at symbols came from. They linked it wrong. So it was supposed to display like the full username or whatever, which is crazy. Oh no, if he was wearing jorts, he wouldn't have survived. He still would have died the same way, only we couldn't have seen him then. Nobody would have seen him fall. That's all. God rest in peace, Owen Hart. That poor dude. He was such a good guy. On his way down, he was yelling, "Look out," to people below him as he was falling, plummeting to his death. Like, that's a good dude because he didn't want anybody else to get hurt. That whole that whole thing is just tragic. I remember watching that pay-per-view live too. I just happened to be over at Buddy's house. He had it on in the background, and he was throwing a party or whatever. And all of a sudden, it was like, "Oh, wait, we got a problem in the arena. Owen Hart is there. Something's happened. Something's happened." They're panning the crowd, and we're like, "What happened?" And then later on, JR coming up. Unfortunately, Owen Hart has passed away. Eugene Jorts. No, I have not seen. I have not seen the Cocklooker Duke Raoul in a minute. Stopped looking for him. Went and checked on his YouTube page. Saw his old ass sitting there. Hopefully he's doing well. Shout out to him. Like I said, I probably pissed him off in one way or another, and he was just like, you know what? I'm not going to GAM shit anymore. I don't know. I don't know. But I haven't seen him in a minute. Hopefully he's doing well. Hopefully our roving reporter rebel out there is doing well. I mean, man on the street Steve is still around, breaking down. Told us all about the Chicago thing as soon as it happened. Yeah, I hope he's okay too, Stranded. I'm sure he is. People have said he's been in other streams and stuff like that. So I'm sure he's okay. He just may be pissed off on this one. I don't know. I don't know. I can't discuss things if nobody comes to me and discusses them, and just, well, screw it. I'm not gonna go back to that channel or whatever. I can't. I can't like hunt somebody down and be like, "Hey man, are you mad for some reason? Yo, you mad, bro?" Can't pull that. Legitimately, if you're mad, like I said, he brought that woo woo with the 0 point energy and wormholes and all that stuff, and I just kind of went through it and showed why it was woo woo. I haven't seen him after that one. I mean, it's like coming on, jumping into my chat and yelling that you're a space alien and we're all alien DNA and stuff. And I go, well, hold on, wait a minute, something ain't right. Let's factor all this out. And then of course it doesn't help that I got guys like Mister in the chat who is going to make puns and then be like, scientifically that's retarded and this is why. Yeah, I honestly I don't know. It could be that. It could be maybe I said something that just offended him. I don't know. Don't know, guys. But that's his call to make, not mine. If he's all right in other streams, I don't wish he's all right anymore. Jesus Christ, Steve, you're a cruel man, Steve Kerfuffle. You never go full retard. Yeah, you're not wrong. You never go full retard. Never works out. Destroy your whole career. You can go part retard, but you went full retard in that role. You never go full retard. I love the way the camera makes it look like there's no discrepancy in the paint. Like the paint looks solid or whatever. It all looks like one color. Let me see if I pull it up here. Can you guys? No, you can't really see all the little nuance holes in the painting. There's definitely black spots showing through the paint, all that kind of stuff. He looks like a big green thing. Your father reeked of elderberries. That's how Hiroshima happened. I heard rumor. Actually, to tell you the truth, I have seen a couple new movie trailers. Like we played the Spaceball ones. Shout out to them. They didn't give me a copyright strike on that. I thought I was gonna have to like edit that out or cut it out or whatever. They didn't. I guess they liked the fact that I promoted it. That's awesome. Good on Mel Brooks and whatever company he's working with to make Spaceballs too. But I did see they're remaking The Running Man. A thought in your general direction. Your mother is a hamster and your father reeked of elderberries. Now get out of here before I tongue lash you again. Sheree, there's certain, like Disney will go for your throat for showing off like their trailer. You have to like mix it up in a way or mute all the sound out of it and talk over it. Stuff like that. Whoever, like I said, whoever Mel Brooks is working with for Spaceballs too, good on them because you want people on the internet like me who's excited for that movie to be talking about it. You want that good promotion. You know, if I was talking a whole bunch of smack on it, maybe they would have felt some kind of way, but I didn't. I was like, oh yeah, I can't wait for this. I think it's going to be epic. I think it's going to be good. I think they'll do a good. I got faith in Mel Brooks. It's weird. There's certain guys, Mel Brooks, um, full faith he's going to make a funny movie. Quentin Tarantino, whatever movie he makes next, will be fun, interesting. The dialogue, all that stuff should be good. Even his bad movies are not terrible. They're watchable. So guys like that, they've kind of earned it over time. Like they really have. Let him dry for a minute. Well, I'd say the same thing about music. How come? Yeah, and I guess it's because people abuse that stuff. Like, I will tell you something I'm getting sick of seeing though. So shout out to Danny Boss, who's not here right now. But Danny Boss is always talking about that guy Wes Huff. I keep seeing stuff with Wes Huff in it because he had me look into a couple of videos or whatever. And I'll see stuff with Wes Huff and he'll be on like this podcast. And it's like a clip from the podcast, right? So I'll click on it. And I've never seen the podcast before in my life. But I'll click on it and then there's like somebody else in the corner, their face, and they're like, I'm going to do a reaction to what Wes Huff said on this podcast. They play like 20 to 30 minutes of the podcast, pause it maybe 2 times, add in like a sentence, and just watch it all the rest of the way through. And I'm like, yo, bro, like you're taking fair use to a very big extreme. Like you basically just stole somebody else's content so that you could stream it and get views. Like what the hell is this? So now anytime I see those, I'm going to the actual podcast. Like I'll look for whoever's podcast it was and go to that podcast and go right to that scene and watch the scene on the actual person's podcast. So they're getting credit for it. I don't know what it is about how come you can't make your own content. It's the same problem I have with people that are watching trials and stuff like that. But after the trial is done, if you're taking a clip out of it, like a 30-second clip, a 10-minute clip, and you're commenting the whole time through it, okay, yeah, you're doing some kind of informational transformation on that content. If you're just watching the trial with your mouth agape in the corner like a retard and not saying a word and just watching it, then you're stealing somebody else's stuff to boost your channel. Like that's, to me, that's kind of wrong. Have a good night forever. Stay out of trouble, would you? Try not to blow anything up. I know it's 4th of July and you like blowing things up. Don't blow anything up, buddy. Craziness, though. But I don't understand that. Like, I do understand it. Like, there's Joe Rogan channels that are like that. And you think you're watching, like, Joe Rogan, and it's legit just a clip from his show, no commentary on it or anything. And it'll be like a channel called, like, JRE Plus, for example, or JRE Minus. And you're like, yo, you completely like, what the hell? How are you getting away with this? Yeah. And there's a lot of channels like that now. Those get on my nerves. There's some where somebody actually does it all in AI and like they do an all right job with it. My whole big thing is though, when I notice it's an AI voice and there's a lot of AI images, I'm just like, so wait, did you just tell Chat GPT, hey, make this, and then take that whole script that Chat GPT did and having it put into another AI to do your video for you? Because if so, man, you're a cheating son of a bitch. That is so cheesy. Like, you are definitely cheating the system. And I'm not going to lie, I'm wondering if YouTube is going to crack down on that stuff. Or is that the way of the future and guys like me are dinosaurs at this point? Like, nobody wants to see you paint something. We're going to have the AI paint it. It's going to be perfect every time. It's going to provide its own commentary. We're just going to prompt it as to what to talk about. You know, is that where everything is headed? I don't know. I don't know, Steve. But you knew exactly what I was talking about when I said it. That's what I mean. I don't know. Is that actually Joe Rogan, or is that somebody who's just cashing in on Joe Rogan's fame? And Stranded, you're right. You know, and that's just it. Is everything going to come down to copyright? Is it going to come down to, you showed off my stuff, so now I'm going to hit you with a copyright strike? People are afraid, like, if I have an interesting conversation on here, right? For example, say we get into like a debate on something and somebody clips it, puts it up. If they're putting a link to my channel and saying, hey, go subscribe to this dude, I'm kind of okay with it. Because, especially if I'm getting subscribers from it or more views on my main channel from it. If they're just like, oh, this is my video, I'm going to kind of feel some way about that. It's like at least give a shout out to the guy who put in the time, which is why like the model I'm painting was done by Wicked 3D Wicked. You find him on Thingiverse and Things. Free model. Did a phenomenal job with it. Like I try to give shout outs like that if I know the actual model creator. Um, it just to me some of that stuff bothers me. So one of the things I've seen on the modeling sites like Thangs and Thingiverse, you have to label if you made that in AI. If it's an AI model, it'll come up, but it has a thing right across the bottom of the display for the model that says AI generated. And if you don't put that up, they take your model down. That, Mister, that is a perfect description. Although I think I've cleaned up my language quite a bit. I think it's gotten much better since the original, the first stream. I think if we go back and watch me in my first stream and some of the stuff coming out of my mouth compared to now, I think I've cleaned up my language quite a bit. Stranded's like, I don't like this crown thing. I'm not. I mean, it's kind of neat, I guess. I guess if it was, I was on the grift and trying to hustle people into sending me money and stuff, it would make a lot of sense. But in the meantime, it's just like, you want to wear that crown? Do you want to wear that crown? You give Mister enough ammunition, about an hour of puns, and not gonna lie, he'll have that crown taken from everybody, unless Steve beats him or Sheree. It is kind of funny though to see how much everybody interacts and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean that's just it. I'm not going to knock it either because memes and all that stuff. Yeah, you get them on Facebook, you'll get them on X, um, and it's cool because somebody can get viral, somebody can get famous from them. Not me, but somebody can. Like I reference stuff, and then I'll tell you guys to go watch the video, and that's part of it. I don't want to be showing off somebody else's work, even if I am kind of actively promoting them. I still feel like I'm stealing. That's why like I could probably show Jurassic World on this channel and or Jurassic World Rebirth on this channel and kind of get away with it, I guess. But same point in time, no, because if they do nail copyright on me, I don't want to pay for. You had 10 people watching your stream. You had 6 people, 5 people, and they all saw the movie. You owe us $1 million per person that watched it on your stream. Like, oh shit, not good. Life does find a way. Well, yeah, but looking at like the way the rankings are working, you have a lot to say there, Stranded. Yeah, I mean, Steve's the man on the streets keeping us informed on news, so he's always going to have a ton to say. But you got a lot to say. Some of the guys missing tonight. Shout out to E Rock. Shout out to Beans on your fourth job. Hulk. Getting in on every little crevice in this hand. This guy really did not screw around, I'll tell you that much. Got every muscle blown out. This figure kind of looks like this is Mr. This is what Mr. looks like when he gets out of the gym, ladies and gentlemen, except for, normal honky flesh tone, not green like this. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. At least, shout out to them. Hope they're doing well. Maybe Erock's got kids, so he's probably working his butt off, and then tomorrow going to enjoy the day and shoot off fireworks and everything else. That's what you do when you got little kids. Crack ass crawls is the color. Probably, probably is. Honky white, um, mookie pink. All kinds of different stuff, different shades. Cracker is the color. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Cracker. Um, yeah, it's funny because Crunchyroll has like July is when they start rolling back out like older series and stuff like that, like continuation of the series during the summer months. And I'm guessing that's because over in Japan, not only is the animation studio taking their time getting them together, 'cause it takes a while to do their animes, but also it's hot over there. Everybody's indoors, so sit down and watch anime, right? And they did the new season of Dan to Dan has started, and it was all right. Like it was fun. I laughed a couple times, but the thing that pissed me off with it is they took the main theme song out and changed it to a different theme song. I missed the old theme song. The old theme song was fantastic. I don't know why they changed it. Why they had to switch it up. I like the original theme song better. Something about that song just slapped. July is MAGA month. You know what? That's a good call, Stranded. I didn't even think about it like that. Somebody is just trolling a chat, then the whole crown thing could be used for that. I think the intention is, like I said, it's all about monetization. It's all about going, you know, I'm so and so's like I'm ABL's number one fan. Like the what's that one chick's name? One that gets pissed off when she doesn't close the show and ABL ignores her call for a show or whatever. I can't remember what her name is. Juicy Smollett or some shit like that. But yeah, that chick, like, you know, she's going to do everything in her power to have that shit at number one. Or good old our homeless baker friend's going to be like, look, my crown's at number one. See, I can't be racist because I'm always commenting on ABL stuff, like you're going to get that stuff too. People that are going to go for it in that vein of things. Is that her name, Julicia? Juicy Fruit? I don't know. idea. I just remember Steve calling her out the one time, like, "Is that your actual goddamn name?" And he's like yelling it in chat. I'm like, what is even going on here? I didn't even know who it was until you guys had to explain that shit to me. Like, oh yeah, she calls in and this, that, and the other. Like, oh really? Like, not gonna lie, unless somebody's kind of funny in the chat, like how E-Rock was funny the one night in the chat and started spitting out the lyrics to Country Road, right? I try not to pay too much attention to people. I really don't. I just let them enjoy the show and don't interact with them really, unless they say something that's like, yeah, that's a really good point, and then I'll agree with them or that sort of thing. We got this under grip here is still other type of green. Gonna fix that. There's Beans. What's up, Beans? Yeah, see, Mister puts on blinders too. Like he's just like he'll look and be like, I see some friends that I know. I see a friend from work, and then just leave it at that. Yeah, well, that's one of those fears is some of those bigger channels you might get if people are only paying attention to the people with the crowns and all that kind of stuff. That might not go well. That can, in a way, you can be alienating your audience. You might make people feel a certain kind of way if you're like ignoring chats outside of the crown. Like, oh, well, I'm only going to pay attention if you got the crown. I mean, what do I know though? I'm just an idiot streamer, like a small time, just a small town bird lawyer. What do I really know? I mean, maybe I should start doing top 10 lists, stop streaming. Here's top 10 times that the Hulk took a shit on someone. You know, it seems to work for other people. 10 times I stepped on a Lego on the way out of the bathroom. Time number one, 1972. I had to take a piss in the middle of the night, and my child left his Legos on the ground. This one embedded in my foot so far, and I screamed so loud, I woke up the neighborhood dogs. Just a small town GAM, living in a lonely world. He can't sing or make fun of Steve Perry. Um, yeah, sure, right. Well, that's just it. It depends if we're having conversations. You can tell whenever ABL's reading, like when he's actually reading the comments, because he breaks away. You can see his line of sight change, right? But if somebody's having like like you and I are having a conversation, he doesn't read it. Like he reads through it real quick, and then we'll go to somebody else who's actually talking topically. Like they're actually on point with what he's talking about at that time. And that's a question since I haven't seen it. Has he mentioned anything to do with Carmelo Anthony, or did he Like, let sleeping dogs lie on that. Like, since some of this new crap's coming up, and because I don't watch any of his videos, I only go into the live stream to talk to you fine folk. So I'm not sure. Oh, he brought him up last night. What did he say? Man, I don't even want to touch this subject. I done got ratioed to fuck on X by touching this. It was funny when like I said, I have to go into YouTube when I'm setting up my stream, and my GAM account is only subscribed to a few select things. One of them being ABL. It brought up, it was like stream number 51 from 6 years ago in my watch list, and I was like, what the hell is this? I was like, wow, look at how young ABL is. Definitely, he's put on weight and gotten older in real time, and it's been so gradual that I didn't even realize it. I gotta set this down for a minute. Come on, Hulk pants. Oh god, I can't lock him in. There he goes. Let him dry real quick. Okay, Leo, go have fun, buddy. Leo, you barely chatted and you're number 3 in the rankings. That's crazy. How does that work? No, your comments are not ignored if you don't have the crown. Maybe on bigger channels, but not on GAM's channel. I've said this a long time ago. I'll say this till I'm dead. Doesn't matter if you super chat me. Doesn't matter if we got 500 viewers, 1,000 viewers, 5 viewers, whatever. I'm going to try and catch and pay attention to your comment as best I can. Sometimes I'll miss things, stuff like that. I'm human. Sorry, guys. Not a machine that can, but I try to address every comment as they're coming up too, which is why, certain streams like the last stream I did where I was focused on cutting down models and everything else. Like it was brutal. It was just brutal. I had to keep flipping back and forth between the stream itself and updating the comments manually and all that stuff to read them. It's throwing me off. Doing fine, Beans. Doing fine. Long week. I shut down all socials for a week. Had to focus on let's just call it an outside the box problem between a few people, and settled it with much deliberation and mediation, and we're good. But I had to focus a lot of my attention on it, so I didn't want to be not paying attention when I was dealing with it. Yeah, I don't know how the guys. I don't know how the frigging crown works. I'm not gonna lie, no clue, no clue at all. So here's where I'm going to counter your point of they blew all that money and everything else. Right? If that's what ABL said, was that there's no proof that they blew through all that money and everything. Okay. So this tells me that either you don't understand what exactly they posted in that Give Send Go, that you're not paying attention to it either willfully, or you're just not paying attention really hard to it at all. But the description in the Give Send Go now says to pay for us to relocate, to pay for us to keep security, to sustain our way of life, and most importantly, pay for whatever the kid's name is, his legal defense. However, the fact that he went to the court and filed an indigent status to get a public defender. Now, granted, maybe he's planning on adding that public defender to his law team, right? But reality is, you don't get granted that by the court unless they investigate your actual fundage and find that you really don't have enough money and you are claiming hardship. Yeah, I understood what you meant, Stranded. Yes, I agree with you too. That some of those bigger channels, Tim Pools of the world, stuff like that, that are going to pull crap like this. Well, to be honest with you, for a little bit there, it wasn't all well. Actually, to tell you the truth, um, and I can't get into it. I said this early on in the stream. The best story, it's a fantastic story that you probably wouldn't believe for one, and for two, I can't ever tell it. I just, I can't. Maybe one day I'll figure out a way to tell you the story as a complete fictional story, and and we'll just go from there. But at this point, I haven't figured out. It's still I'm still digesting a lot of things that happened, and I can't really get into it. I can just leave it there. But I did post on Discord. I'll be back. And I even messaged Sheree and said, look, I'm probably not going to be around, but I should and will return. And just so you know, if anything ever did tragically happen to me, like I walked outside and caught a stray bullet to the face and just my head exploded, my wife has control of every one of my passwords. She wouldn't go on stream and tell everybody, but she would go into Discord. She would tell David, and David, at least Smurf, something like that, people she knows and know in real life. And they would go on Discord and funnel it all down to you what's going on. But I do appreciate you guys worrying, and there's just, I'm fine. Um, Thing is, you know, relocation and all this other stuff, but that's not how they had the Give Send Go originally registered. They had that shit registered as everything that was going into it was going directly to his legal defense because he was claiming self-defense. Now, I've seen one video that was in support of him, and I've seen like 30 or 40 that are like, yo, wait a minute. So now you want 1.4 million? Like, yo, what about that 539,000? And you just filed that indigent fucking thing for a public defender. Like, what are we doing here? You guys are just grifting everybody. So, and then one of the biggest ones, and this isn't the white community saying this. It was all black streamers and YouTubers and TikTokers or whatever making these videos. And one of the things I saw was like the one lady's like, and you didn't even say to Metcalf's father yet, like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry your son's dead. Like, what the hell? Why wouldn't you tell him, like, sorry that your son passed away? He was at the press conference, all this kind of stuff. So it's like, I'm guessing that community has kind of waken up to the BLM grift. Is the best way to say it. They're waking up to, oh, this looks like some bullshit. Oh yeah, Carmelo's done. He should have taken the plea deal when he had the shot. That's the whole thing. Like I said earlier, that one dude who, killed all those people, the serial killer guy who just pled. Like he did the plea to save his life because they would just execute him if not. Like, not gonna lie, that I don't know if there's a capital offense or death sentence in that state, but he definitely qualifies for it. They'd put him on death row and everything if he was found guilty. And the preponderance of evidence, you're in trouble. Now, they didn't plead. They're still trying to go with the self defense thing. But every description I've heard of that video, I've seen 3 different news stations from, I guess it's Texas where it happened, right? I don't know. I can't remember. But I've seen 3 different reporters who have seen the video and they say you can't see who's who and all this kind of stuff. And it's from across the stadium and all this, but it's all quiet and everybody's getting along. Then all of a sudden, everybody freaks out and flips out. And then, everybody's in a panic after that. There was no brawl that led into that moment. And that moment is the exact time that he was stabbed. Yes. And that's what I'm saying too, Steve. That's what I've been seeing is actually I saw them like last week. Um but yeah, a lot of people are coming out and saying, "Hey, you don't care about your kid. You're just trying to make loot off the fact that he deleted somebody and like he stabbed another person, and then you're just going to live your best life while your kid's rotting in jail for the rest of his. Like, what are we doing here?" Like, I get it. Legal defense is expensive, especially a good legal team is very, very expensive. That's all understandable and everything, but it's not looking good. Like, it's really not looking good. And I'm not going to lie, I think ABL might be the only one left out of like Tatum, I think, is 100%. Yeah, this kid needs to go to jail. I know is it the Hodge twins? Twins pod. Yeah, Hodge twins. They were both like, yep, yeah, he did it. He did this shit. ABL's the only one who's still like, man, I think he's all right. I think it was just self defense and you don't put your hands on nobody. Stranded, no, he's being tried. He was under the age of 18 at the time, but he's being tried as an adult. He's being tried like he's 18 years old. So yeah, they could throw that on him. Oh, the funny mustache guy song by Kanye. Yeah, I don't know what the hell. Like I didn't find it that catchy, but I'm not like real big on it. I mean, I get what he was saying in that song. Like, he's saying, I'm the bad guy. I'm not in a good place. If I'm going to be the bad guy, then I want to be the ultimate bad guy. Um, but still, you can't have a whole bunch of people singing that shit. It's not good. It's not exactly a good look for you. No, I don't think they're going to give him the death penalty. I don't think that other dude, yeah, they probably would have figured a way to give him the death penalty, but the track star kid, no. Nah, he's not going to get the death penalty. I'll say he gets 25 years in jail, um, 15 probation with good behavior. That's where I think he's at. But I think he's going to get about 25 years in jail. I like that's just where I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it about 25 years, 15 with good behavior, and then he gets probation, all that stuff. Um, which is crazy, you know. But I also think that kid's not built for jail. I'm sorry. I can look at somebody and I can tell you now, he's one of those guys that's going to be like, I bite my pillow every night just to try and while the tears of pain roll down my face. Like he's that guy. Yes, Sheree, exactly. That's why he did the plea deal. Because otherwise, like, I'm sorry, if your lawyer, so you hire a lawyer, you always hire a lawyer, and if it's a good defense attorney, they are going to tell you as soon as discovery starts hitting all that stuff, like this is what they got on you. Now, look, we can fight this case. It's going to cost you X amount of dollars to fight it. If you plea out here, though, we can guarantee this. This is your best bet. That's why you're paying that lawyer that money, is to tell you, plea out here. If you don't plea out here and you fight this case and you lose, because we can't guarantee you a win, but a plea deal we can guarantee. We'll get you in a nice cell, maybe some solitary confinement, stuff like that, so the other prisoners aren't wrecking your ass. Things like this. They can kind of sweeten up in that plea deal. But when it comes to what that man did, that's like you have multiple bodies on you. They have DNA evidence at the scene. They have this, they have that, they have the other thing. If you don't plea out, then the death penalty goes on, and we can't guarantee you we can get you out of it. I recommend you plea. It's what you pay those people for. They look at that stuff and say, yeah, this is every case I've handled has gone this way with it most of the time. Okay. Well, that's cool, Stranded. Thank you. Because I don't know Texas law, but you never know. That would make sense though. And like I said, I don't think he's going to get that. I think even if it was on the table, they wouldn't give it to him. They wouldn't. I could see if he gunned down like 10 people or stabbed like 20 people at that track meet and they all died. Okay, then the death sentence I could see. But it was one person, all that, which is, I'm not devaluing human life here. Just saying, because it was one person, it was an isolated incident, 25 years. Basically, murder one, murder two with a deadly weapon, something like that. He won't be a celebrity in prison. He's gonna have he's gonna have people that are like, "Yo, you that kid who got 539 grand for killing that white boy? Man, I want that slice. You got to slice me off something. I'll make sure nobody mess with you in here." That's how that's gonna roll, and it's gonna be ugly. It's not gonna be a good one. And honestly, I get the family gets death threats, everybody gets death threats or whatever. But have they had credible death threats? Like, have they actually had somebody like, yo, this guy tried to come at me? Or did they go, uh-oh, you did a bad thing. We better go get some security and all this stuff. I still, what pisses me off the most about the entire case is it shouldn't be this high profile. My opinion, I don't think it should be this high profile. I think it should be a lot lower profile. I think it should have been something that was kind of regulated straight to Texas. It shouldn't have made national news. I think the news just wanted the next big race thing to hit so that they could cover it and get clicks. Yeah, and you're not wrong with that one either. And yeah, the one dude's gonna have like you're right on the one guy, the serial killer guy. He's gonna have women that are gonna be mailing them their panties and stuff like this. Because there are freaks out there that are like that. Um, but you're also not wrong. The Aryan Brotherhood is pretty big in Texas, and yeah, that kid's gonna get fucked up bad, and he's also gonna get rook for his loot too. Like they're gonna want people who protect them are gonna want a slice. Carmelo is found guilty. It'll be 50 years. Well, I don't know. I don't like honestly. I'm shocked he didn't plea like to involuntary manslaughter or something like this. Like I didn't mean to do it or whatever. You can stick to your guns about it being self defense, but that's where an actual lawyer should be coming in and saying, "Look, this self defense shit, it's going to hold up to this extent, and then yeah, you're kind of screwed." Damn, that's terrible. You guys can't even see the gradient on the whole screen. Let's see. How's my hand? That looks like white boy skin. Let's see if I can't fix this color. That's pissing me off. So I'm actually laying in a pretty good gradient right now. Boom, boom, boom. I hate it when I mess with this shit too, because I always end up screwing it up. Let's see, contrast maybe. No. Let's see. You guys see the difference in the abs now? Not really. Maybe turn down the saturation a little. Nope. Turn it up a little. Nope. It's a little bit better. Oh, damn you. Damn ye camera, why you have to be so cheap. Turn the brightness down up a little. That looks nuclear. Actually, you can see more of the green on it, but yeah, that kind of that might do it. Why were they all shirtless? Because the first thing they do, um, one of the things when you're brawling out like that, and that's disgusting for one, but for two, one of the things they do right before they get in a fight, especially if they're big and they're jacked, a lot of guys like to take their shirt off to intimidate their opponent. Like, look how, it's like, I'm not going to take off my damn shirt. Well, I mean, unless it's to wrap it around my hand to block somebody with a knife, right? But like, say I get in a fist fight with Mister. Mister goes to the gym all the time, pretty ripped, right? I'm imagining you're pretty ripped. Like Mister might take off his shirt and flex to kind of intimidate me, like, yo, you're messing with this. You know what I mean? For me, I'd be like, oh no, my old ass needs to stay bundled up because I definitely don't look like that. But it's an intimidation tactic. Plus, it shows off their tattoos. Wow, that's crazy, Stranded. Yeah, and you're not, and stranded's actually not wrong. That's going to mess up the whole smuggle line in there. Wow. Now that I'm going to turn that contrast back down because you can see the green. My hands don't even look right. I can definitely see the contrast between the dark green and the light green. Well, to an extent, because you can't see it on the abs. Fix. Let me fix this fucking video. God damn you, video. See, check my cracker hand. Okay, we're good. Yes, and you're not wrong. It's the same thing like my long hair. It's a detriment because people can grab a hold of the ponytail or what have you and control your head. Where if your head's crew cutted or shaved, you're going to slip a lot more, especially if it's sweaty. But that's why you don't let people get within arm's reach of you. Somebody can get close enough to hit you, then you're already done. You want to keep them out of. Never let anybody get inside on you if you can help it. If you can keep them at a distance and break stuff from afar, where your short snapping shin kicks come in helpful. Keeps people off of you. Yeah. If you plan to fight, try not to have long hair. That's good advice, mister. Plus it gets in the way. I mean, it also kind of tells me what kind of fighter you are. It's like I've always had long hair or whatever. I There's no way I would let somebody get a hold of my hair. Like if they're reaching out to grab my hair, I'm taking out their eye, their ear, their throat. I'm aiming for a knee. I'm aiming for the groin. I'm going for a gooseneck on the wrist to try and break the arm. I'm going for something while you're reaching up. Smart fighter, you keep somebody at a distance as best you can. Unless you're Mike Tyson, then that's where you want to get inside and you have short stubby arms and you can just like rock somebody hard. But with me, I've got a long reach, so I want to keep somebody on the outside at all times and not let them get in. Doesn't always work. But like I said, once they get in, then it's all about doing as much damage to vital parts that you can before they get your vital parts. And stomping somebody's nuts out, yeah, that's not against the rules of a street fight. Matter of fact, I kind of encourage it if I were suggesting violence, which I'm not. They were going to a Magic Mike tryout. Nice. And yeah, you're not wrong. That's the whole thing is most gangs are run like business organizations in the nowadays. It's only the real young bucks that want to try and prove themselves that feel that it's a rep thing. For the most part, it's more like, look, we got meth flowing in this prison. We got the heroin trade in here. We're not going to blow that up for some punk, some little punk kid. We'll let other people. Like honestly, that kid should take that 539 grand and start training in jujitsu. That's what he should be doing right now. His parents should be have him like all kinds of different martial arts classes and all that stuff, so he doesn't get stomped out too hard in jail. learning how to improvise and make shanks out of things. You know, just get learn how to keep his butt cheeks tightened up at all times. You know, little things like this, little things that'll help you when you're in where he's going. He's pretty well fucked, my opinion anyway. You guys might disagree with it, but I think he's boned. I think he's in trouble. Yeah, you're not wrong there either. I don't know where was ABL on Jesse Smollett. That's the question. I know ABL had that one with the one chick, and she like faked her own kidnapping or whatever, and ABL was 100% behind her up until she got basically nailed out. So you're not wrong about him backing wrong horses. He does do that. And like I said, with honestly, I somebody like maybe not the Hodge twins, but somebody who's actually been inside the justice system and sees how that stuff goes down, like Tatum, better judge on that kind of thing. In my opinion, I think Tatum's probably going to have the right take because he's actually been a cop and seen how cases play out and all that kind of stuff. So his take's probably going to be better. Although I still think the best take I've seen is a guy named Sean, who potentially criminal. Shout out his channel if you guys ever want to see like a defense lawyer's take on things. He's definitely like a big fat dude, but goddamn, is he pretty good with his commentary when it comes to that stuff. Like pretty accurate. Like this is why it's playing out this way, and this is how it's going to play out. And he's even said he's had clients just like that kid and how it played out, and it did not work out in their favor. I need to go dark in here, don't I? I just want to see the Hulk sit down and be like, it's not easy being green. Oh yeah, that's just it. Anybody does anything to them, they'll make sure it doesn't trace back. Because your shot callers are usually smarter than that to begin with. And yeah, like that whole chick getting kidnapped, I didn't follow that damn story at all. I was like, matter of fact, when it came up, I was like, wow, that's really weird. That sounds like bullshit to me. But what do I know? And then sure enough, it was bullshit. But it wasn't like I was like, see, I told you all it was bullshit. I didn't know. Could have been real. Just something in it just didn't make sense. I guess because of there's this one case, and maybe you guys had heard about it, and I can't remember where it was. Somewhere in Nowhereville, America. But chick goes for a jog and just disappears. And they do a whole search for her, everything else. She shows up like a week later, all dazed and confused, claiming that she didn't know, like who took her, all this other stuff. The husband, they removed him from doubt because they brought him into the police station, interrogated him. Turned out he knew nothing about it. He was all freaked out. Brittany Griner's really Barney. Jesus Christ. Um, it's fucking hysterical. But yeah, so dude's wife ends up coming back, and I can't remember, I don't recall, and then she she goes, "Oh, I'm starting to remember," and goes into this whole how she got grabbed off the street and guy tied her up and kept her in a small room and all this other crap. And the police kept investigating. And finally, they found out she was not kidnapped. She was screwing around behind her husband's back with this dude. And she wanted to run off and go be with this guy. And then basically had him pick her up on the street corner, made it look like she was kidnapped. And the two of them basically spent, like, I can remember, it was a week, a month, whatever it was, together. And then realized, like, she's got to go back. And because she had kids, all that stuff, she had to go back and then start going through the procedures to divorce her husband if she was actually going to be with this guy. And then, yeah, it all got exposed. Like, she got exposed. The whole thing got exposed. The other guy basically told the cops when they showed up everything that happened, where she was, and all this stuff, how it all played out. Because the cops figured out who the guy was that had picked her up. But yeah, it was like a whole big thing. And it's a white chick, too. Like, anybody that's thinking I'm like, oh, no, well, like the whole chick who got, kidnapped herself, that was a black chick, right? This was a white chick. But yeah, it was like, it was crazy. Like, I don't know. I think she went back because of the kids. I can't remember what it was, but the cops figured out who the guy was, where his house was, went to his house and like found like her DNA, like her hair and a hairbrush and all kinds of stuff. And the guy was like, yeah, this is how it went down. And she got completely exposed. And that poor husband, like the shittiest part was everybody thought it was the husband had kidnapped her for cheating or, some nonsense like this. And that poor husband was just like, I want to find my wife. Like he was all sad and upset. Yes. There you go, Sheree. That was another part of it. She had like a brand on her. And she had the dude brand her and all that crap. That's what it was. She had a brand on her. And she was like, yeah, the kidnapper branded me. Wait, DNA? Seriously? Her DNA test came back as a dude? Where the hell did they do the DNA test? And how's she in the WNBA then? Hey, what's going on, Smurf? It's good to see you. I'm Peyton in green, not blue tonight, Smurf. It's good to see you, though, buddy. Whoa, hey, Cam, what's up with these little crowns? They're purple. Can you make them blue? I'll be King Smurf for a day. See, like the whole thing, though, is stranded if it was a test that was done over in Russia. Yeah. Now, if it was like our government that did that test, I'd believe it a little bit more. Russia might be trying to muddy some waters there. I mean, if, here, you know what? I saw this news story. Forgot all about it. Till just now, since you mentioned this shit. Did you see what's that dude, the swimmer dude that beat Riley Gaines? He apparently has to surrender all his medals to her. Like UPenn is like, yeah, we're gonna register all this as null and void and like strip him of all his awards. Yeah, Joanna, man. That's exactly what they get. Let me tell you something, guys. All right, just come from old Smurf here. You want to go and race against a girl? You're gonna lose the medal. That's how I look at it. Really stranded. That's one that needs to be investigated. I'm gonna have to investigate the hell out of that for the next stream. That's crazy if that's true. It's so evil. That man, he beat those women fair and square. And then didn't they just have a dude win like the bicycle championship or some stuff like this? Like, isn't Lance Armstrong missing one of his nuts? Why don't he just cut off the other one and just go race as a woman? Like, what the hell? Hey, Cam, that's not funny making fun of people with testicular cancer. I'm just saying here. All right, Cam? All right. Yeah, the left likes to say evil, right? They also like to sit there and tell you, like, Hakeem Jeffries with the big, beautiful bill. Some of the stuff that came out of his mouth I saw on highlight. Like I said, right before goddamn streaming. He was sitting there and he's talking and he's saying stuff like, people can't afford houses, food, all this other stuff. And I'm like sitting there thinking to myself, like, how come when the Republicans didn't get the mic, how come he didn't say, some of that stuff you're saying is right? And it's because of the 4 years of Biden and you guys having control of Congress and the Senate that shit happened, that we had 4 years where we couldn't afford anything. How come they didn't come back on him like that? It seems like the logical thing to do. How many people in America? Like 1.3 billion or something? Something like that? It's not that much. I don't even think it's that much. But 160K upvotes? Not all that much. I don't know. I can tell you this much. I got daughters. If there was a dude changing in that locker room, I would have been like waiting outside with a baseball bat and broke both his knees, allegedly. If that was my daughter in that locker room, like, you're going to go in there and let your dingus swing around with my daughter in there? Like, you lost your fucking mind. Simple. Muscle mass and body structure. Didn't help. Like, you look at the girls that are on the swim team, and it's like, pick the man out of this picture. Oh, he's the guy that's like 2 feet taller, like, and about 100 pounds heavier. I said allegedly too, right? But yeah, that's just it. Like, to me, I don't understand where the dads were on a lot of this crap. Like that whole thing that happened to Virginia with the school board meeting. If I were that dad, I would have gone to jail too, but I would have made it worth my time. Like, I definitely have been whooping one of those teachers' asses right in front of everybody and been like, look, bah, 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 and running off with the mouth while I did it. And then the cops would have just tased me and drugged me out of there. But if you're going to get arrested and all that stuff, make it worth your time. Like, it's not good in my opinion. It's just, if you're willing to tolerate it, or you say, hey, look, go off in a different dressing room. I don't want you in there with that. Have a good night, mister. Take care and be safe in Chicago if you're there. Like you said, the crazy's about to start tomorrow. So please be careful, brother. Thank you for dropping by. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, well, that's just it. I honestly, the girls and girls sports or women and girls sports or whatever you want to call it. Not trying to, disparage anybody here, but they do. They need to start like just let the dude win. Let him go take first. Okay. Like don't even start the race. Just everybody stay right on the starting line. Wait till the dude finishes, takes first place by like a mile, and then start the actual race. Be like, all right, fire that gun again so we can all take off. Thank you. And just be like, yeah, you may have taken first place, but we don't really even give a shit. We don't even count it. Just shame the shit out of somebody. People out here, they're shooting off guns, fireworks. I saw a small Mexican child get thrown in the air. It's crazy out here where I'm at. Just saying, guys, be careful out there. Make your dogs go crazy. But yeah, I mean that's just it. We get to see all these civil disobedience protests and everything else in all facets of life. No King's Day, this kind of crap, right? Why aren't you doing the same thing for women's sports? Why aren't you like if you're that impassioned by it or that put off by a dude who's going to blow you out by like 2 minutes, shame the hell out of him. Make it a race between, you have to look at the other team and say, look, we're going to be honest with you. We got a dude who's running in first place on our team. He's going to blow all of us out. Our school may take it and we may win that trophy, but we're going to win it anyway. Let's make this a competition between us. Let's throw this dude out there, let him go do his dumb shit. And everybody can be like, oh, look at how fast he is. And then we'll run our race. Yeah, see, we get fireworks basically like you'd think they'd be all the time. Every now and again, we get people out there practicing with their guns. We only have them here and there. Like we'll have them 4th of July, and then if some asshole throws a picnic towards the end of August, like Labor Day or whatever, we'll have it then too. But not going to lie, we don't have them all the time because you'd have other neighbors that, accidentally start putting bullets through their neighbors' windows if that were the case, allegedly. Yeah, but you know what, Stranded? That's fine. I'll take the trouble. Sometimes if you're going to make a stand for something or fall for anything. Honestly, that's not my wife's, or I mean, that's not my saying. That's my wife's saying. I've learned that attitude from my wife. You better stand for something or you're going to fall for anything. And she's not wrong. Not wrong at all. You really believe that, this dude shouldn't be in women's sports and competing against you all, but you're still going to play the game? No, just let him go and win. Just go ahead, you run. We'll wait till you're done. Okay, now let's fire another starting gun and the rest of us can run. Now you're running in your own division. You look like an asshole. Nobody even cares that you won because you competed against no one. We just already surrender. And but you have to have both sides standing together. It's the only way that works. Yeah, that's just it. And I would like to think that we have enough moral value between all of us that if it was something like that I would be able to I would like to think I have enough intestinal fortitude to be like, you know what, fuck you. And if it was my daughter and she was like, yeah, I'm not dealing in that, screw you, I'm not doing it, I would back my daughter up 100% and be like, go ahead, throw whatever you want to throw at her as far as a punishment, but I got my daughter's back. She's doing the right thing for the right reasons. You guys, you'll see us on the news. We'll be talking about you. What's your name, sir? What's your name? Come here. Let me show you something real quick over here and just punch him right in the dick. Just a quick dick punch. One punch, it's over. Well, that's against the rules. You can't punch somebody in the dick. Don't tell me the rules. Some people just that's just it. You can civil disobedience sometimes a form of protest. Like the ones that refuse to get on the podium, stuff like that. Good on them. 110% support you. And everything else doesn't make that sting of losing any easier. But at least you're standing, and you're standing together in solidarity on something. Too many people want to compromise their morals because of, I guess, social justice. Would that be the right way of phrasing it, guys? Yeah, I mean, look, flat out. I think that's bullshit as well, Stranded, and that's why I said I would say, like, if it was my daughter in that situation, I'm gonna 110% stand behind my daughter, because you know what? At least your family's standing beside you. At least they're speaking out and saying something, you know. And like Sheree said, or like I was saying earlier, my daughter's in that locker room with that dude. Well, I might just have to make sure you can't run anymore. I might have to make sure you can't swim no more. Now you can't compete against my kid. Like the scene in the Bronx Tale. We told you guys to leave. Now you just can't leave. Like, oh shit. But Gam, you'll go to jail. Well, you know what? I got bail money. My wife always has a fund set aside for bail money just in case. She's had that fund set aside since we got married. She knows. She knew. I need to do what I got to do because it's the right thing. I'm not going to do something because it's morally ambiguous. I'm going to do it because it's the right thing. And to be honest with you, I feel the same way about my wife. I know she's going to do what's the right thing. And sometimes the right thing ain't always easy. Actually, it can be pretty goddamn hard sometimes. Hulk butt. Mecca lecca hi, mecca hiney ho. Mecca lecca hi, mecca Johnny ho. God. Pee Wee's Playhouse. You remember he used to have the magic screen that would show the cartoon and everything? Now we actually have those. They're called tablets. It's craziness. Pee Wee was ahead of his time. Still don't have the flying bicycle, though. Oh, oh, stranded. Really? I mean, technically, you can do it with the other one. It's just not going to taste right. Oh, 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 God. Dear Lord. Everybody's got the puke face going. Oh. 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 I was watching, oh God, a little while ago, probably about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. I was watching Pete Holmes does the Bad Man, and it's like he's making a parody of Batman, and it was him firing like people from the Justice League, and he's firing Aquaman, and he tells Aquaman he's like Aquaman says something, yells at him, and he like pulls out Febreze and sprays it. He goes, "You see, what just came out of the can is kind of like what came out of your mouth, except for mine smells cottony and fresh. Yours smells like a third date went really well." I was like, "Oh, oh, get off me, Holmes." That's actually pretty good. That's a pretty good one. Let's see. Let's see if we can't tone out. What the hell? Where'd you come from? Let's see if I can't darken up these pants. Dear Lord, making jokes, telling funny tales. All right, let's see. Let's see if this color. Oh, that's an even more crazy ass purple. I'm digging it. I'm digging it. Which it doesn't look purple. It looks blue. But trust me when I say it is dark ass purple. Eventually, I'm going to have to figure out how to fix the color on this damn camera where it's actually showing the colors. Because you guys get to see part of it. You don't get to see what I'm actually seeing go on. Maybe. Mm, mm, oh, that looks a little bit better. Just the light. Maybe it's the way the light's playing off of it with the camera lens. That crack out. Paint your crack out, sir. That actually is a crazy ass purple. Six, what's up, drummer? How are you? Every time six comes in, we got to go pa pum pum. Hmm. It still looks blue. Actually, to tell you the truth, let me see something. When I pull this light, what color is that? The lights are different colors. I don't know that that's helping. Let's see. Does that look better, guys? Can you actually see the purple now? Yeah, I'm doing all right. I just wasn't on social media for a week or since last Sunday. I told you all I would be back. I said it. I meant it. I'm here to represent it. But I do appreciate you guys worrying. I didn't mean to worry anybody either. Like, I specifically sent something to Sheree so you guys would not know exactly what's going on, but you know, at least be like, oh, okay, he's doing some shit. Hulk pants. I mean, the Hulk, he definitely got a look to him. The worst part about the Hulk is going to be the base. I can tell you that already. Because this base, oh shit, it's still a little wet, a little tacky. This base has so much going on with it. You got all these different little bricks. You've got this energy splash where I guess he is kind of like thumping, like where he's impacting or what have you. I gotta get in there. I gotta get rid of some of that. A little too black on them abs for my taste. Let's see. Hopefully we're still fluid on the green. Cutting in. Such a pain. I don't want to wipe out the highlight. But I also don't want like huge black spots in them either. Let me see. Yeah, like his bicep up here, I've got to redo. Yeah, the base is going to be crazy because, as you can see in the way the guy did the artwork on this, right? I'm 50-50 on that part of it. I'm not gonna lie a little bit. I am 50-50. I don't know that I like that brown splash coming off. I think it should be more energy. And even the Incredible Hulk symbol, I'm gonna have to pull an old comic. I'm not gonna paint. I think I'll paint the base next time. But I'm definitely gonna pull my old Hulk comic that has this actual Incredible Hulk logo here. Let me turn back on this light. So the Incredible Hulk logo here, if I remember correctly, I think all behind it is red, and then this is like a yellow for some reason. What's up, Mokes? How are you? Good to see you. I gotta find the. I don't know what I did with the Lou Ferrigno head either, guys. I wanted to paint the Lou Ferrigno head too. Yeah, at least his mouth's open, so I'll be able to get in there, really nail out the interior and the teeth and everything. I think I might be screwed on this green. I might have to reload it. Moki, you watch a lot of that trial crap, don't you? Like trial coverage of different stuff. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't like him angry, but if I don't find his head, you know, And then I'll feel like I'm picking on somebody with a disability too, considering it's Lou Ferrigno's head. You're definitely twisting into a pretzel. Um, but no, I'm curious, Moke, because I know you watch a lot of trial coverage. How many years do you think they're going to give Carmelo Anthony? About what deal? About the Cronenberg deal? No, no, no. I understood why he took the plea deal because he was. They convict him. That was the smartest thing a lawyer could have told him was take the plea deal. They've got your DNA. They've got this. They went to discovery and nailed him out on it. So I'm sure any lawyer worth their salt was like, if you don't take this plea deal, you are screwed. No, not that one. Carmelo Anthony. How many years do you think he's going to end up getting? Because he didn't take a plea deal like a fool. That was wrong. Oh, the Lou Ferrigno. Hey, look, I'll tell you what. I wouldn't want to get in a fight with that man. He's still a monster. Like he's old as hell, and he's like, I would run. I would just try to run as fast as possible. Now, granted, he'd probably throw like a Mack truck or a tree on me as I'm running away, but you know, I'm thinking he's gonna get 25 and do 15. That's where I was at with it. According to Stranded, she said Texas law is 50 years minimum if he gets nailed with murder one. I think I think if he gets a good lawyer, he'll get that down to a lesser charge, murder two maybe, what have you, and then it'll be 25 and he'll do 15. That's where I'm at with it. But I was curious where you would think. I mean, he's being tried as an adult. He's not being tried as a kid. But watching enough trial coverage, like his self defense is out the window. He used escalating force. Um, there's no proof at this point. There's no proof that it was at all self defense. Yes, and it's Texas. Um, Jurors may see a kid to an extent. Now, the problem is if the juror pool is going to be tainted or not, in my opinion, right? So if they can get a bunch of jurors that just haven't been paying attention to the shit, they might be able to plea that. But if they get a bunch of jurors that know, like the family did this with the Gibson Go, for example, or he has this much money, he's raised all this, and they know the Metcalf family at all, or because it's really going to be a public character execution. It really is. Both ways, too. That Metcalf was a bully, this, that, or the other thing on the defense side, and then the plaintiff should be arguing that this kid had no regard for human life and all this kind of stuff. No, they didn't. They didn't buy the house. So the thing was, they got the house actually before all this happened. Now that's the big talking point is that they got the house right before it happened, right? But the whole thing is, I think they got it after he stabbed the kid, but before they could get funds for the Gibson Go. My theory with all that is because they also bought a brand new car. What I think happened, and this makes sense to me. Let me know if it makes sense to you guys. I could be completely off base here. I think what happened was they put up that Gibson Go or whatever, and then we're like, okay, their lawyer told them, like, you're gonna get this amount of money from it, and it's gonna fund this. So when you go to the bank, just take out the loan, and then the Gibson Go is going to take care of it for you. That's how I think that shit played out. I mean, you can, Eugene, but you better hope that shit works out in your favor. Because if it doesn't, oof. And that's if you can even delete somebody. I don't think it's as easy as everybody thinks. Not if you're actually like a decent person, you know? That's going to weigh in your conscience, your mind for the rest of your life. Yeah, I mean, that's just it. I don't think it should be illegal. People can spend, I'm not going to tell you how to spend your money. You know what I mean? Don't tell me how I can spend my money. Yeah, I'm not going to tell you how to spend your money. Um, what I don't like is if it's a grift and the family's making money off of it, you know, instead of him getting the best defense that he could possibly afford, instead the parents are like, nope, you're only getting like 100K of this for your defense. Them court costs alone are going to eat him for the rest of his life, even if he walks free. He's going to owe so much in court costs, everything else, because, well, now then the burden would be on the state if he walks free. But if he gets like a little bit of time and gets out, those court costs, if he's found guilty, are going to, man, they hurt. Moki, but I'll tell you what, you're talking about it. So guess what? She nailed you with it. I feel like it was premeditated when he went into a school function with a knife while he's suspended. What's this kid thinking? I'll tell you what, is my kid? Well, he wouldn't even have gone to jail. I already would have killed him as soon as he got home. Yeah, you're not wrong, Smurf. I don't think it's premeditated. I think it's one of those when keeping it real goes wrong kind of things. I think it was he walked around with that knife, like, yeah, man, try me and see, try me and see. And then finally you had somebody that decided to try him and he didn't have a choice at that point. He was like, well, if I don't pull out the knife and use it, I look like a bitch. And once you do stuff like that, you know, like you're walking around with a weapon, you're kind of asking for trouble. Now, if you're carrying it around for self defense, it's kind of one thing. But if you're carrying it around and then putting yourself in situations where you're going to get in a fight, yeah, you're asking for it. Somebody eventually is going to punch your ticket. You walk around with a chip on your shoulder long enough, somebody's going to knock that chip off your shoulder and probably knock your teeth down your throat. I don't know that he went there to stab somebody, and I don't think he went there to steal either. I just think he walked around with an attitude like, you can't take me down. You know, oh, you ain't going to mess with me. Who do you think you are? I'm Hood. Like Jay Z said, I'm from the hood, stupid. What facts are those? You know, like he wanted to be hard and be tougher than he was. And then when somebody finally said, yo, enough of your shit, get out of here, I will whoop that ass. He was like, well, I got to use it. Otherwise, I'm going to look like a punk. And honestly, sometimes you're better off looking like a punk and getting your ass beat. Because now there's a kid who's dead and you took their life and you're never going to walk away from that one. Doesn't matter what the legal system does for you. You know what you did. So the big important part about the video is, and I've heard in the way it's been described by two different people, it isn't that clear. But what is clear is everything's at peace right up until the moment he stabs him. So that tells you that there wasn't like some kind of fight between the two that escalated. Like Metcalf punched the other kid, right? and like slapped him around, or there was like four people that were pushing him and all this because everybody would have turned to look at it. It wasn't until he whipped the knife out, stabbed Metcalf, that all of a sudden that's when everything erupts. So it went from 0 to 1,000 in a matter of seconds, and with escalating force, it's got to go from a push to maybe a push back to a slap to a punch, whatever, before you get to that point of using a knife to defend yourself. You're not blocked, Eugene. I see your comment fine. Last thing I had before that, Eugene, was it seems to be the trend. That was the last thing I saw. Make sure y'all smashing that like button, please. Um, I don't think so, Beans. The whole thing is, so here's the problem. The problem is that, as far as I know, carrying a knife or any other weapon onto school property is already against the law. So you're already in trouble with that, right? Carrying a lethal weapon. Using a lethal weapon without escalated force, that's where you get into your murder, right? Now, premeditation, that's going to be harder and harder to prove as you're going down the chain. So, like I said, I think at best case, I think he's going to get nailed with involuntary manslaughter. At worst case, it's murder one, and he's going away for a long ass time. I always carry. Never had to pull it out or use it. Yeah, I live right on the edge of East St. Louis. I go there all the time. I'm like, hey, you guys know who I am? I'm fucking Grandmaster Smurf. That's who the fuck I is. No, Eugene, I didn't see anything about a civil suit. Doesn't matter if you're white or you're black. That part of it is the part that's irrelevant to me. That is the most irrelevant part of the whole thing. I don't care if they're both Mexicans. It's one kid taking another kid's life. And if the lawyers do their job correctly, that's how it'll come across. That's how the jury's going to view it. If I'm guessing the defense is going to use a black white defense like that, like, oh, as a race and da 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 da. But at the same point in time, you'd have to prove that the kid who got stabbed was racist or said some racist shit when it happened. You'd have to prove that he legitimately was just throwing him out because he was black and not throwing him out because he was from a different school or because he wanted his brother to sit down or his girlfriend or whatever. You'd have to prove that in court. I don't see that. I don't see that. I know the guy that they got to represent him at first, not the guy that's currently representing them, but they had some other dude, and that guy was like the spokesman when they did the press conference. That dude has like multiple felonies and defended himself and got himself off on some of the cases, and that's why they were talking to him at first. So I'm sure he filled that kid's head with, yo man, we can get out of this. This is how you get out of it. And honestly, this shit ain't gonna work. Eh. Baba says, eh. If it went to trial a year ago, he would have gotten off. And you're probably right. I don't look at it like it was premeditated. I do look at it as it was heat of the moment. Somebody got their punk card pulled, and he decided that, I don't. If I look like a bitch in front of these guys, then I'm gonna look like a bitch in front of everybody. So I need to do something, and just reacted like kids do. I'm going to watch that trial. That's the one trial I will watch because that breakdown is going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see not just the makeup of the jurors, but also the evidence presented. That one's actually going to be an entertaining trial, but that's if they even broadcast it. Not all trials get picked up and broadcast. Like, and I can tell you this much, I will not be watching that trial live if it's on Law and Crime, because they like to copyright the shit out of their streams. I'll have to look and see if I can find like actual video from, and that's even if they let video out of it. If they let the video play and all that stuff. Some courts, as we all know, do not let the trial be filmed. Dude, yeah, well, Law and Crime pissed me off when I used to watch Ricada Law all the time. Because they would go after him, they would go after Uncivil Law, they would go after like all those law tubers that wanted to stream them. They would hit them with copyright strikes and try and take down their channels. And the reason why is because Law and Crime, like, they get cases so fucking wrong sometimes that when you're watching it and you're watching it with people that are actual defense attorneys and stuff like this, Law and Crime wants to be, it's kind of like mainstream news versus a podcast, right? Some of the stuff you're going to see on a podcast is going to be, look at, what was the doctor? Robert Malone, right? With the COVID vaccine. He talked all about mRNA on Joe Rogan and all this. And then you got, what's his name? Sanjay Gupta. Is that dude's name? Whatever his name is on CNN going like, oh, you should definitely get this vaccine. And then you got Robert Malone saying, nope, don't get this vaccine. Well, if you go back, that's what made Ricada Law and those guys so much, not just money, but made them where they had some kind of standing because they were calling the trial the whole way through and calling it exact. Like, if they do this, this is what's going to happen. And Law and Crime was like, oh, there's no way that, that he's going to walk and all this stuff and the preponderance of evidence and all this stuff. And it's like, dude, that's not what we just saw, though. Like, you guys are just adding your own narrative because you don't want to get canceled. The YouTuber doesn't give a shit if he gets canceled, and he's just telling you what the facts are and what he's seeing in the courtroom. What's up, Bob? Good to see you. I didn't see what was the next grift anyway, Moki. I haven't watched LawTube. I watch Potentially Criminal. I watch oh god, what's Kurt? He's Uncivil Law, and then there's a dude who does basically like real estate law that's over in Japan. And I watched those three. Because I would refuse to watch Nick Ricada. I think he was a lot of fun and all that stuff, but I can't support somebody who basically throws their life away on cocaine and then their kids get tested for cocaine and turns out they're positive. No, I can't support you at that point. I'm not going to say anything bad on the dude. He's got problems, obviously, but I can't support you. Like, that's some shady shit. I don't support cowards. I don't support people that, engage in child abuse. None of that. I just can't. Morally, I can't as a person. I can't support you anymore, dude. And it's a shame because before he really let the alcohol take him, he was very funny. Like, the alcohol and drugs take him, he was very, very funny. He was like one of my favorite things to watch. What's up, Reb? How are you, bud? Everybody smash that like button. Oh, you're fine, Bob. Yeah, well, that's okay, Bob. I told Sheree what you had said on my last stream. You're like, how can I, help them out? And I told Sheree she needs to get a PayPal account going. And Sheree was like, well, you got to get one first. I was like, I already have one, but, this is different. Sheree doesn't get tipped out or any of that stuff or paid when she's on ABL's major stream with everybody. So I was like, Bob had said something and I thought about it. I was like, if he wants to tip, Sheree for doing an amazing job, why shouldn't Sheree just get all that fucking loot? Like she earns it, works hard. I think everybody in here would agree. Everybody shame Sheree into putting up a PayPal. Everybody wants to see GAM's face, I guess. I look like an old man. Eventually, when what? I think it's next Thursday's stream. I said I would show my face on my 50th for the stream. So next stream. I don't need to set it up. No, I don't need to set it up. I already have one. Sheree can do her own and then just put in a hyperlink to it on the stream. She has that ability. She has the ability to hyperlink people's channels, everything else. And that's where I keep yelling, like, Sheree, promote yourself. I am Gen X. What the hell are you on about? Turned 50 in like a couple days. When do you think the cutoff for Gen X is? Yeah, I was going to say, you got it wrong. Gen X goes, I don't even think I'm the cutoff on my year. I think it's like 78 or 80 is the cutoff for Gen X. Yeah. So it would be 80. 80 would be Gen X. If you're born within 1980, it's Gen X. 65 to 80. Yeah. So, yeah, I'll be 50. I'm well within Gen X. I'm a Gen Xer. I remember things. I remember things from back in the day, like no internets and having to use cell phone or pay phones to hit pagers when you needed to, take somebody out or warn everybody the police was coming to the party. I remembers. I remembers going outside and finding big pointed sticks and throwing them at each other. I remembers the time before the computer and the internets. Actually, yeah, I really do too, which is crazy. Remember AOL being the biggest goddamn thing. What the hell was that? Something went snap, crackle, pop underneath the old holster. Out of nowhere. Just the Hulk's just like, let me tell you something, brother. Look at these. You see these 24-inch pythons? Yeah, I said the same thing earlier, Rebel. That him, but then again, maybe he's going to take the court-appointed defense attorney and add him to his stuff. But if you go and read the Gibson Go, they say on the Gibson Go now, it's the funds are being used for, and they go through Everything that the funds are being used for. Relocating our family, hiring security because of death threats, basically paying for a family to live. Because, you know, you couldn't keep an eye on your goddamn kid and taught him to go stab people. Whatever. Didn't care until shit broke free, right? Whatever the case is, I don't know what his family life is like. I don't know how good the parents are. Maybe he was an asshole and his parents were, you know, good people, salt of the earth. I don't know. Same way that, you know, the old Chris Rock joke, you can raise two kids, have a pair of twins, raise them both the same way. One grows up to be a doctor, the other a crackhead. You never know. A Tandy, a Trash 80, TRS 80. That was the Tandy computers that all the schools had. Radio Shack. Oh, yeah, dude, you're not wrong, Bob. You are not wrong. Yeah, they used to charge you. It's the same way. Remember, they used to have the 1-900 numbers? Dial 1-900 and you can talk to Santa Claus. Dial 1-800 to talk to sexy women all night. $5 for the first minute, $2 for each additional minute. Oh, yeah, I did hear something about that. I didn't know how true it was because it's Hulk Hogan. And Hulk Hogan, there's so much bullshit with him on a regular basis, brother. I mean, hey, look, shout out to the Hulkster. You may be a scumbag of a human being, but you were a good chunk of my childhood too, pal. You know, hopefully he pulls through. I mean, you know, let's call it honest. I've always been a Roddy Piper guy. I always like Roddy Piper better than I like Hulk Hogan. Because Roddy Piper was my guy when I was a kid. Everybody used to think I was nuts too. How can you like him? He's you know the bad guy. Well, yeah, I like Roddy Piper. Ever since I watched him crack a coconut over Jimmy Snuka's head and just shatter it. Oh God, that's like $500 bill right there, especially if you just called and hung up. Buddy, make sure you smash your like. Stone Cold Steve Austin. Yeah, Stone Cold was a bit of a scumbag on the outside too. Because he was married to what was her name, Deborah. Actually, Deborah McMichael. She was married to Mongo McMichael, where she was ever married to Steve Austin, and Steve Austin beat the ever loving hell out of her one time, all hammered. That's one of those little facts WWE wants you to forget. To be honest with you, yeah, she got the crack. He like beat the ever loving hell out of her, and I'm gonna say that was probably roid rage back then, a long time ago. But Stone Cold was like whenever you heard that glass shatter, you know it was on like Donkey Kong, like he was coming down to stomp a mud hole in somebody and walk it dry. The best is I'll never forget when he showed up in ECW, and that's really where the Stone Cold gimmick kind of came from, was ECW. But he showed up after being let go by WCW, and he was dressed up like Hulk Hogan. Matter of fact, he lost his match to Mikey Whipwreck, if I remember correctly. Just like, what the hell? He was still stunning Steve Austin back then. And that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so. Crack a few Steve Weisers and walk a mud hole in somebody and walk it dry. Stomp a mud hole in somebody, walk it dry. Yeah, I remember that, Stranded. That is a funny episode. You're not wrong, Bob. Honestly, you can just block in most cases. Now, granted, if they're going to shoot you, that's a little bit different, you know. Um, but yeah, as far as like just domestic life, yeah, I agree with you 110%. 110%. If my wife could come in here right now and start kicking the shit out of me, and I'm not going to raise a hand, I'm just going to protect my face and my nuts. She can just whoop my ass all over the place. And I'm all right with it. I'm okay with that. Man, I hate the fact you guys can't see the gradient on the damn greens. No, they're cowards, Beans. They're not creeps. They're cowards. It's usually because they can't fight another man straight up. So they imply their will on somebody weaker than them. Cowards come in many shapes and forms, and some of the biggest cowards are the ones that have to beat up something smaller than them because they can't handle somebody that's their own size, their own strength. Yeah, Rebel, I won't hit a woman, but I'll shake the shit out of them. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's, like I said, it's cowardice. You know, it is cowardice. And I mean, at the same point in time, women shouldn't be beating the shit out of their men because you are kind of emasculating them, especially if you know they won't hit you back. You know, like I can't. Who was it who used to say, you know, I know it turns Mister Hand into Mister Fist, but it still doesn't mean. I can't remember which comedian. There was a comedian that absolutely said that though. Like I get it. Maybe that was Chris Rock. Maybe that's that same skit. I know it turns Mr. Hand into Mr. Fist, but at the same point in time, don't do it. Beans. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, are you serious? My wife came in here and punched me square in the face. She would probably knock two or three of my teeth out and break my nose easily. I mean, I don't go into my wife's background. You know, I give her privacy and all that. I will tell you this much. She's the one person I would not, even if I was trying. Like I could dominate her because I'm, a dude and bigger and all that. But as far as just straight eating punches from her, she'd be one of the people that I wouldn't want to eat punches from. I would not want to eat punches from that woman. She knows how to throw a punch. She's a typical Jersey girl. Jersey girls will beat your fucking ass without breaking a nail. And if they break their nail, then they're really going to beat your ass. I could believe that, Bob. I could 110% believe that. Yeah, it may be no comparison, but I'm telling you now, I could teach you how to throw a punch and knock somebody out and break their jaw. And they could be 3 times your size, whatever. It's all in the weight distribution, knowing how to hit. And if you get trained to hit somebody like you're going to kill them, not like you're going to knock them out, and you hit somebody, more than likely you're going to knock them out. You won't kill them. You'll just knock them cold. But you will do all kinds of damage. Dude, if it gets to a point where you need to hit anyone, like most times, you shouldn't even be in that relationship. You should be like, look, I need to go. Yeah, Bubba. Bubba knows. Bubba knows my wife. Don't say too much about the wife there, Bub. But yeah, you see my wife come in the room, start rubbing the fucking Vaseline on her face. You better run your ass off. She starts taking the rings off her hands, or even worse, starts loading more on her hands. You better run. I've said this many times, and everybody always thinks I'm joking when I say it. I had no fear in my heart till I met my wife, or till I married my wife, rather. It's the God honest truth. Like, it's the same thing. Bubba's got a sister. She was the one that all the guys were like, yeah, we don't fuck with her because she was meaner than all the guys put together. Like, oh shit, she's mad at you, and she said she's gonna fuck you up. You better hide, dude. Yeah, and there you go, Rebel. You got it in one. You lose that respect. You lose that. You lose that. That part of you. The relationship's dead. Like you lose the faith. It's over. I do something awful, I'll tell my wife about it. And the reason why is because I don't want to break her trust, because then she won't respect me anymore, and I might as well be as good as dead in her eyes. Yeah, and you're not wrong, Bubs, to this day with your sis. And what's even worse is the man that Bubba's sister married is the one dude that no dude back in my day would ever want to fuck with. Like, ever want to fuck with. He is Jesus. God damn. And you know what? I respect the hell out of both of them. And I've always had like a decent relationship with both of them. I'm not going to say like I was best friends with them or any of this shit, but I've always had a decent relationship with both of them. And they're great people. But god damn, they're a dangerous duo, those two. I didn't see the conversation with Michael Knowles and the three conservative women. What happened? You're not wrong, Beans. You're not wrong. Because then she sees you as terrifying versus, somebody that's going to protect her. You're not wrong. Oh, I know he doesn't fuck with her. Of course, I'm packing some smokes, Bob. Come on now. Of course. Anytime you hear that tap tap, that's always GAM packing smokes. Like same way you hear the from the lighter. Yeah. Yeah. Did you quit, Bob, or you still smoke? I mean, I tell anybody that hasn't ever picked up a cigarette or any of that, don't ever start. That's where I'm at with it. But once you started, man, quitting that habit is probably one of the hardest goddamn things you're ever going to put yourself through. Yeah, I actually have a Zippo collection, but I try to keep them nice, neat. They're all in a case, um, and some of them aren't for public consumption. Do you want to see one of the Zippo lighters that I got from somebody I'm very close with? One that you can't buy on the open market. One that is, as far as civilian life is concerned, rare. I'll grab it. All Navy ships, nice. Give me 1 second. I'll grab. When I show you this Zippo, Bob, you're. I'll never say you're ex-military. You're Navy, right? When you see this Zippo, you can tell everybody just how rare it is to have one of these. You being military and everything else, Bob. This was given to me by my brother-in-law. Now, I don't know if you can see that well or not. But yeah. Yeah, that's real deal. Not aftermarket or any bullshit. I keep that one. That's one of my yeah, my brother-in-law gave it to me. Jesus. Actually at my sister's wedding. Like when they got married, he gave me his lighter. Yeah. Yeah, rare as fuck, dude. That is like out of all my Zippos, that's the one that I'm like, oh yeah, that's my baby. So I've got some cool ones, but that one's like knowing it's somebody that actually, did the job, all that kind of is like on the job and everything. It's like goddamn, dude. I don't carry it on me, and I don't. It like I said, it's displayed in my case. I don't. I don't pull it out often, but yeah, it's anybody that collects Zippos, anything like that, getting one of those, the only way you get one is they give it to you. You can't just like side hustle. Well, I'm sure somebody probably does, like eBay it or some shit like that, but that's not how I got mine. Yeah, you're probably right, Steve. You know, two pack a day guy. Good old Bubba over there was 3 packs a day, right up until his heart issues. And then yeah, now he's a no pack a day guy. Yeah. Well, Zippos, like I said, I mean, I've got like Playboy Zippos. I've got Viking Zippos. I got a Samurai Zippo where the artist actually signed the back. I'm like looking at all of them. I've got some crazy ass ones, but that one's my front and center, my CIA. Happy 4th, Reb. Yeah, you're right. You're not wrong, Bob. Yeah, you can only get the Hard Rock by going to the Hard Rock. Happy real No King's Day, guys. When, America said, hey, fuck you, King. Happy 4th. Shout out to all the veterans, too, who made this day possible. Yeah, I talked about it a little bit. There's stuff in there I like and stuff in there I really fucking hate. Um, like codifying the tax cuts, in my opinion, should have been broken away from the bill, and they should have just voted on that. And I think they could have gotten a unanimous vote, look good on everybody, and then this other shit could have been debated. But they added stuff back in the Senate Rebel that I'm real not happy with. And yeah, yeah, it did. So that the big beautiful bill is bloated now. Anytime you take something that's 1.4 trillion and make it 4 trillion, you definitely added some bloat. Now, some of the stuff in there I like the child tax credit. They took it from 2 grand to 2,200, and that's codified into law, permanent tax law, right? That was one thing I know that I was like, okay, yeah, that's kind of a good thing because it gives people a tax break. The no tax on tips, the no tax on SOSEC, and no tax on oh god, what's the other overtime? That only lasts till 2028. That's not a permanent thing. That's basically till the end of Trump's presidency, and then that shit comes off. Well, yeah, when the bill was first released, I pulled it up on stream. It was 47 pages, and I don't know what the bill's at now, but I know the Senate, it took them 14 hours to read the entire bill in. So if it's taking you 14 hours to read in a 47-page document, you got issues for one. So it's no longer 47 pages. I'm going to say it's 200 to 1,000 plus pages now after hitting that Senate. Yeah, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, right? So, Beans, what's the threshold on that? Just curious if you know offhand, because you're not actually keeping more money. The way it's going to work is they're tax credits. So if you make 100 and it goes up to 25,000 of each, right? Now the way it's going to work is at the end of the year, and you have to report. Say you made $100,000, and then you made $20,000 in tips, for example. you're going to write down that you made $120,000, but the $20,000 was tips, and you can deduct that from your overall income. It's not like, you're not paying any taxes on that money. And yeah, I think they lowered it too. That was one of the things that happened in the Senate. They lowered the threshold on those. So it might not be 20. It was originally 25,000, the original 47 pager. I don't know what it is now. Well, like I said, the whole thing is there's going to be one, they're never going to catch you for cash tips. If somebody's cash tipping you, you can kind of bullshit that. The IRS just guesstimates you on it, right? But because everybody pays with card nowadays for the most part, and they're not getting cash tips, that's where you're going to apply it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, you can kind of call it a savings account, but not really. So the other thing I don't know is if they lowered the threshold or raised the threshold on married people and single people, like what it is now. I'd have to look and see. But it definitely, like, people get screwed up with it because they're like, oh, well, now I'm going to get to keep all my. No, you don't get to keep all your cash. They're still going to take those same taxes out of you. It's just at the end of the year, you can claim them back. Eugene, I tip in Bitcoin. Dude, you must be a goddamn big tipper then, because I think Bitcoin's up to like 100K, isn't it? Something like that, a coin. So even if you're tipping fractional, that's pretty goddamn good tip, buddy. Yeah, Trump never did say where he was when it originated. Well, actually, no, he did. I don't know if it was Vegas. I don't know if it was Trump Tower. He said it was a waitress, though, who turned around and was just like, he asked her how she was doing. She said awful. And he said, why? She's like, there should be no tax on tips. And he was like, say that again. Like he just did that at a press conference recently. But yeah, like I still think it's bullshit. I think my son said it the best when we were discussing it. And this is a while ago. Um, he's like, yeah, the whole thing is, why are you letting the government hold on to money that you can invest yourself and make more money with versus giving them your money to hold on to? Doesn't make sense. Like, yeah, you know what? You kind of got me there, kid. Doesn't make sense why they got to hold on to it and then you got to ask for your money back. If they overcharge you on your taxes, then you try and get that money back from the IRS. That's going to be a fight and a half. They definitely don't want to give you back your loot. Like, oh, well, we overcharged you 10 grand in taxes. Okay, great. Give me back my loot. Well, it's going to take a while. That's fair beans. I mean, I'm guessing you get refunds at the end of the year. I haven't seen a refund in quite a while. So yeah, that is looking at it like it's a piggy bank, and that makes sense. Um, yeah. Right, but the whole thing, and there you go. You just proved my point right there with that statement. The government can use it and loan it and all that and make money off of it, right? But what if you had all that money instead of giving it out and were able to invest it and make that money for yourself instead of the government taking your money and making it for themselves. Yep, exactly. There you go. You got it in one stranded. Yeah, they'll take out 10K and be like, "Oh, sorry, we charged you too much. Here you go. Here's $2 back. Here's 2K back." Um, and yeah, you're not wrong either, Steve. There are a lot of old folks that are scared because of the changes to Medicaid, Medicare, all that stuff. The thing is, where now, granted, I need to read the new bill. I got to see what they did and what they finagled. But the old bill had it where it was basically just stripping it away from illegals. It didn't strip it away. The only thing that it was being stripped away from, same thing with SNAP benefits, was people that just didn't want to go find a job but were able bodied. And then they had to prove that they were looking for work and stuff like that. Right. Same thing for SOSEC. Like if they were disabled but not disabled enough, and we're getting a check or whatever. But it was really more to take it away from illegals than it was for the average American citizen, like older people. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Yeah, Eugene. When I worked in, I was running GameStop and Freehold, and a Hasidic man actually tried to tip me. It was like a $20 bill too. It was a nice tip for helping his kid find a game that was appropriate for his age because he wanted Grand Theft Auto, and he was like 6. And I was like, "Sir, yeah, this is not. This has this stuff." And I showed him on the back. I didn't even read it out loud because when you see those worry curls and the hat and everything else and the black clothing, you just and the beard, you don't want to speak certain things in front of them because they're super super religious. And yeah, I was at Freehold Raceway Mall in New Jersey, and then I helped the kid pick out something that was like kid friendly. Showed it to the dad, and he was like, "Thank you so much, sir." And he went to give me a 20. I was like, "I can't take it. I can't." He's like, "But you helped me so much." No, I can't take it, sir. Like I get fired if they catch me taking that 20. I get fired. I'll lose my job. It's not worth my 40K a year to take $20 now. Property tax. I mean, it depends on where you live, Moke. It so where when I was in New Jersey, my parents have an acre of land with a 2-story rancher on it. They pay 8 grand a year for their property tax. Where I'm at, I've got a house that's 2 to 3 times the size they had on 2 times the acreage, and I pay $900 a year. It's really about the state you live in. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. If well, but you're not paying for the home. You're paying for the land and all that stuff with the state. Same way here, like taxes for school. If you don't have kids in school, if you have kids in school, you pay 6% on your taxes. If you don't have kids in school, you pay 2%. They don't punish you for paying for other people's education. I think anybody that, honestly, I'm with you on that one, Stranded. I don't think people that are elderly should have to pay taxes. And I also don't think our veterans should have to pay taxes. I think they were willing to go and sacrifice their lives for the country, for my freedom. You shouldn't have to pay taxes. But then again, I'm also one that thinks that our veterans should have access to medical health whenever they need it. And don't give me the VA system because it sucks. And but I also think that they should be given like basically like their own property, housing, whatever for serving in the military for a certain amount of years. No, I'm in a residential area, Beans. I am in 100% in a residential area. Um, that's just how it is here. That's I'm in a completely residential area. It's not agricultural or any of that stuff. That's just resident. I mean, it's one of the draws. Different states, like with Florida, for example. Florida, I don't think there's sales tax, is there? I don't know. Now, granted, getting insurance in Florida on a property is a bitch because of the hurricanes and all that kind of shit. But yeah, as far as I know, I don't think there is sales tax in Florida. Not unless you're in a resort area and they hit you with a resort tax. But gotta make this dude's eyes pop, get his eyebrows on there too. Yeah, see, Bob, that's fucking dude. That's disgusting. It's not right. Oh yeah, we gotta make his eyes pop and touch up that hair. He's getting there though. Yeah, I guess not. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense, Bob. Let's see if I can't get these eyes on this little sucker to pop. We'll go with some noxious lime green. Really blow out them eyes. I don't know because I live in a state where there is no marijuana tax. If there was one, I would gladly pay it. I mean, there was a point in time where Colorado was sending everybody back like $400 state, $400 state refund or whatever. Need to nerf down his eye glow a little bit. Is that what it is? Sales tax, no state tax? I know Delaware has no state tax or no sales tax. Everybody from New Jersey used to go to Delaware to buy their car because of that. As New Jersey had one of the worst fucking taxes on everything. Like they are one of the highest tax states, I think, outside of California. Them, New York. Yeah, I mean that's one of those things, Bob. You definitely you need to drive through a neighborhood, know the area, or scout it out a little bit. I know when I bought my house, I was working graveyard shift at Walgreens at the time. I was the overnight manager, and the cops used to come in. The local cops used to come in, not just from this town, but that town too, during shift changes, what have you. And they would bullshit with us. And I told them where they're like, I was like, oh, I'm buying a house. Where are you buying? I'm buying it here. And they're like, oh, you're moving out to the Wild West. I said, what do you mean? They're like, it's the Wild West. Like, I'm going to tell you now, if you have an issue, call the police. Just, shoot the person that's trying to break in or whatever. And then just let them come in. Basically, anything goes where you're at. I'm like, really? And they're like, yes. Yeah, don't even nobody messes with each other out there because everybody has no problem at all. That sort of thing where you're going. Wow, really? No kidding, stranded. That's crazy. But yeah, Bob, you're not wrong. You start seeing like a whole bunch of cop cars, you're in a decent neighborhood. Like nobody's going to mess with you in that neighborhood, but you better not throw loud parties either. Damn it. The only problem with Hulk's head. Ugh. Hopefully, I snapshotted this picture on my tablet so I can zoom in. I did. And of course, it just disappeared. Where the hell is it? Okay. So, your brow, sir. Wow, that's way too much black on that paintbrush. It's here. And right there. Not a bad looking Hulk head. Gotta clean up the green and the black, though. And it's, yeah, I mean, what's crazy about what you said, Stranded, right? Great vape and menthol cigarettes. I'd kill somebody. Somebody takes away my menthols. I need a little flavor in my cigarette. Old cowboy killers, as we used to call them, Marlboro Red 100s used to be my thing. And I try smoking them. I get through half a pack and I'm hacking up a lung. The menthols, for some reason, are smoother. I would lose my mind. I know Biden was trying to do away with them when he was in office. But that's one of those things like the government telling you kind of what you can and can't do. Like it's ridiculous. The reason why taxes on cigarettes are way up anyway is because good old Obama was trying to quit and he raised the taxes on him to help himself quit because he tried to make him price himself out of the market on him. Hey, no problem. No problem, Lorenzo. While Lorenzo, he's a good kid. We tried to tell him to listen to your parents, stay off of the top of your Jeep. He's very nice, and he did work very, very hard on that thing. And hey, you never know. Maybe he'll be a special effects artist in the future. Maybe he'll be, unlock his creativity. We talk a lot of adult things here and tax codes and all kinds of silliness. But at the same point in time, Leo is always welcome here, and he's always very polite, very pleasant, and for the most part, well behaved. He's a good kid, and you're a good big brother for watching out for him too. All right, Mokes, have a good night. Good to see you. Make sure you smash your like on the way out. Yeah, I have no idea what happened with all that. I don't know. A lot of weirdness there with that one, Bob. I'm not sure. Yeah, and shout out to Leo too. That really was cool. He really did work hard on that. I know what that's like. Honestly, I kind of wish when I was a kid I had an adult that would have taken attention and put it into something that I created, and didn't have that kind of stuff. So if I can do it for him, and maybe one day he becomes like some kind of creative artist or something, hey, I don't even care about credit, anything like that. I would just like to see better paths for people, especially young people. Good night, Mokes, and thank you. Appreciate you. Should have known better. Oh, right there. I got to fix the green. See, Bob? See, like Bob caught it too. So those crowns, we haven't figured them out quite yet. I think it's like top fan or something like that. And like as you chat, you get XP added to you or some. I don't know what I think it is YouTube trying to figure a way to get people to stay in competition with one another so that they're more interactive on streams and such. Like I think it's a YouTube thing to drive viewer engagement. But I also think it's the reason why we all got those at signs next to our name not long ago because they were trying to implement it and screwed it up. Get more weight on that one set of teeth. No, you're fine, Bob. Like everybody, we've been talking about that kind of off and on all night. Because I'm just like, even I when I fired it up, because I stayed off social media this week, and I fired it up, and I'm like, what the hell is this little crown thing? Like, what is going on with that? But you got to remember, YouTube has pushed. First, it was super chats, and then it was memberships. Then it became super stickers. They're trying to get people because the whole thing is, say you gave me $10, right, Bob? Let's say I had super chats active, and you send over $10. I think I keep seven of those dollars, and $3 goes to YouTube. So any way that they can make money, and that's before taxes too, by the way. I still have to pay taxes on that $7. YouTube is throwing it into a lump set, right? They don't have, they're taking it off me without paying taxes out of it. So I think that's part of the idea behind it. What are you guys thinking? How you feeling about this one? How are we feeling so far? We feeling he's coming out all right? Do we feel like he's coming out like crap? I got to tighten up on the muscles. I'm going to get in there with a very green, almost, well, very yellow, barely green across some of these highlights. It's been around for a while. I've never seen it. Oh yeah, if I tap the crown, it says number one is Steve Kerfuffle, followed closely by Sheree. Actually, they're tied out at XP. Stranded is right behind them, and then Leo is actually fourth. Moki's right below that. Beans is below her. Six, then Devin, and then Smurf, and then Bob K, and then Lorenzo. What's crazy is though they're showing all the at names. So I think that is where the screw up was. They were trying to implement this, and then they couldn't figure out how to get around the handle, and so everything went to at, and it was just showing it in normal chat. Yeah, exactly, Sheree. I think that's what was supposed to happen, and they didn't implement the part with the crowns yet. So it took everybody to an at. I'm going to do one arm with this stuff because this stuff is volatile. What is this? New leaf green. See if I can just hit a couple highlights here or there. I might even dilute this with a little. Where's my water? Just use it like a wash on some of these muscles. Let's see. Nope. No, sir, I didn't like it. Way too yellow. I need like a step in between this and green. If I'm going to do this right. It's not going to look right on there. Come on, pop that bottle out to me. Let's see, what do we got? Apple orchard. Let me see what you look like next to lime green. And you are basically the same dang shade. You're just half a shade lighter. Keep this very, very light on this. We can't get little gradients here. Yeah, that's actually exactly what I needed. The other one was just too yellow. I just need to slightly glaze these muscles over. Matter of fact, the face can come off. Slightly glaze up his muscles. How do you? How do we level up? Simple. We get to 500 subscribers, then you can super chat till your faces fall off. But yeah, good luck on that one. Good luck. Pick up a subscriber here or there. Which, hey, look, I'm grateful for every subscriber I have. You guys are amazing. Like I said, I almost didn't stream tonight, and I was like, nah, I tell everybody all the time. You guys are there to listen. The least I can be is the guy there to host it. So, regardless if I'm painting stuff or not. You guys can't even see the difference. It's insane. Yeah, I don't know. But remember, and you know what? Maybe that's just it. Because I wasn't monetized, right? So like stickers and super chats and stuff like that. Maybe that's why my channel didn't get the whole at thing going. Because ABL's monetized, D-Day Cobra's advertised or monetized, PBD, like all those guys all have monetized channels that I watch. So maybe that's why we didn't see it here and everybody else was dealing with it. Because it tied into the monetization with the symbol. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's chat driven show, Bob. That's part of the problem. If I followed a format, the moment we got through the format, the right thing would to do would be to cancel or like in the stream, right? Thing is, because we chat randomly and it's always something different, news breaks or whatever. That's it's really more about people that tune in. I've noticed this. I've looked at it. A lot of people that watch the show realize how things are done, will subscribe to it. It's a matter of getting them to, to the table to watch it to begin with, so to speak. And the other part of it is I would rather have 80 subscribers. Out of those 80, almost everybody's going to watch this, right? Versus having like 1,000 and nobody watching it, having like 5 people watch. Because I see channels like that, they got a couple thousand subscribers, but every time they stream, the most they're pulling is maybe 10 people, 6 people. I get more than that. I do better than that. And I think a lot of that has to do with interaction. As time's gone, people have gotten to know me. I've gotten to know a lot of the viewers. When new people come in, we try to get to know them too. Try to find out a little bit about their background, little things that interest them, stuff like that. But I don't worry too much about it. It's just one of those things. It's a nice thing. And by the way, Bob, I did tell you this. I ran the PayPal thing across your Ray because I know you were talking about that, and you gave me that idea, and I thank you for that. That was actually a brilliant idea. I didn't even think of. I don't know why the hell I didn't think about it. That's me being a douchebag for a streamer and not thinking about my moderator, who's epic, greatest mod on these internet. Shout out to Sheree. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing. I am, and the whole part of the other problem is this: I'm not hardcore conservative. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not MAGA. I'm not. I'm just right in the middle with a lot of my views. Like some stuff I view one side better than the other, and other stuff I view the other side better. So that makes it even more difficult because most people want partisanship when they do their searches. They want somebody who's going to tell them that everything that Trump does is amazing and he can do no wrong. Some people I just want Kamala Harris and she can do no wrong. And I'm just kind of like, yeah, they're both horns on the same goat. And that goat, yeah, it's corrupt. So it doesn't help. Like, I like finding the truth and the nuance in between. Oh, damn it. Let's see. I definitely got to come over here on these abs and extend them a little, especially here. Yeah, you're right. If the roving reporter Rebel comes in, or man on the street Steve, we definitely have conversations. I think he's coming out actually kind of sexy. I'm actually kind of enjoying this paint job, guys. I didn't think I was going to. Hold on a second. Let's see if I can't mess with the colors a little bit so you guys can see exactly what I'm seeing. But we're down to the base, and that is going to be problematic at best. Let's see. Move this window over. Let's see what happens if I. No, it won't let me click. Let's see. Contrast. No. No, that's negative contrast. But at least you can kind of see the toning that I just did with the highlights. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Let's see, saturation maybe. Turn down saturation. Yeah. Hulk. Yeah, there you go. Now you can kind of see the. Can you guys see the highlights on the abs and everything now? Like all the different rips in the muscles. That's definitely looking a lot better. Um, so I would have to hook up a capture card to my other PC that's hooked to the gaming rig that's hooked to the big TV on the other side of the room. And the problem is I have Switch, the original Nintendo Switch. I don't have Switch 2. Switch 2 actually has the good Mario Kart game, that Mario Kart World that's like $80 or something ridiculous. What are you guys thinking so far? You think the Hulk looks okay? Does he look like an angry Hulk? Like, Rawr! I will stomp you out. I will get you, Shooter McGavin. Let's default this. I gotta pee real quick, guys. I'll be right back. You really like those commercials, huh? You really like the it's Oriental Pearl Queen. I did shade the muscles. They're actually shaded, believe it or not. Like you can kind of see it. Like it depends on which way the light's hitting, but you can see where the shading is and all the different rips. There are actually three different tones in certain cases. Um, you're going to put on some pearl, Queen. Um, yeah, yeah. This is for the guys. So I just went in. It's like I got to take a leak. Maybe, yeah, and guys understand. Will understand this. girls may or may not. But have you ever, like, like I just got done drinking a Red Bull or whatever the hell. I go in and it's just like, I got to take a normal leak. You think you're done peeing, and you basically cut off God's work. And then all of a sudden it fires up again, and it goes for as long as when it first started. And then it cuts off, and you're like, oh, okay, cool, I'm done. Just shaking, let's go. And instead, it fucking fires up again for almost as long as when you first peed. I was like, what the hell? It's a triple pisser. What is going on here? It honestly, Bob, if it transfers into an income stream, will happen when I hit 500. My whole thing is, and yeah, it is more like a chill stream, right? It is more like a hobby stream. The reason why I don't push for all that stuff at this point, like PayPal, all that kind of stuff, is I feel like I'm grifting you at this point. My painting's all right. I'm amateur at it, right? The 3D models, I'm not making this Hulk model. Guy named 3D Wicked made the Hulk model. I just printed it out on my 3D printer, painted it black, base coated it, and then start giving it a paint job, an amateur paint job, right? I talk about random topics. It's basically chat driven. Um, Tossing a coin to your Witcher is always appreciated. Maybe when I do merch and stuff, that might be one thing, right? But legitimately, I think at this point in the game, I can't look at myself and go, yeah, you know what? If I could get everybody to send me $10 and all this kind of stuff, I would kind of feel like I'm ripping you off, like you're not getting your $10 worth, if that makes sense. I would feel like I'm grifting you out of money. Now, if I got like YouTube paying me money, that's fine, But that's why I said I want Sheree to set up a PayPal account or something to that effect where she can pop it in there and people can tip her, because she's a moderator for a much bigger channel and never gets a cut of any kind of profit from it. With me, if I do get to that monetization point where I do have enough people watching, where I feel like I'm not grifting and all that kind of stuff, Sheree's going to get 10% of whatever I bring in, because she's my mod. She's earned it. She's the best mod on the internet. So I couldn't ask for a better person to split out. She's been my partner, in this. Always has my back. So that's just where I'm at with it. But I don't do it so much for the money as much as, hell, just like that kid Leo, who might be watching or not watching. He went and he customized his Predator figure and all this other thing, and set up a whole scene with it and all this. And something I did inspired creativity in him. You came in here, you might be drinking or whatever and having fun. Come in, BS with everybody and have a good time and relax. Hopefully it alleviates something in your life that you don't want to screw with, like you want to be around people and hang out. That's kind of where it's at. I agree, Bob. Nobody is grifting, but that's just it. There's so many goddamn streams out there that want to grift the people watching them instead of. My production gets better and I get better at painting. And I do this and I do that. Um, and like I said, the channel grows. That's one thing, right? Then I can see where the loot comes in. But if I'm still doing this like an amateur, like I am now, that's a different story. Like I feel like I'm ripping you off. You're not getting the bang for your buck. I would too, Stranded. If every man, woman, and child could send me a buck, I'd be happy, man, too. But that's just it. Like I'm doing this more at this point for everybody to enjoy and have fun and maybe get creative. Share stuff. Maybe you had a bad day. You just need to tune it out. Beans jumped in here after a 14-hour work day as a way to blow off steam and relax. Stranded, same thing. Stranded sits here through goddamn every stream and she watches them on the replay and stuff if she's not here. Shout out to her. Things like this where I'm just some asshole on the internet who's talking shit and painting things. You know, that doesn't mean that. I mean, I guess I should get paid for it eventually, but right now, I'm not at that point where I'm looking at everything through that financial lens. I hear you. I hear you, Bob. And you know what? I'm happy that you're here, and you're not alone. That's the best thing I can tell you, man. Is you're not alone, and you got the loot, and I appreciate that. And you know, like, trust me, I'll take your loot, but I got to earn it, man. I really, and I don't feel like I've earned it just yet. I don't like just. I'm not young and struggling or any of that stuff. I'm all right financially and all this, but I don't feel like I've earned it yet. There's going to come a point in time where it's like, yeah, I think maybe I finally started to earn this shit, but I'm not there yet with myself. Shit, stranded. No, he lives in the state where it's full on legal stranded. If anything, I'd be the one going, hey, Bub, mail me a dime bag. But Bubba doesn't even know what a dime bag is. He'd be like, here's a bag with a 10-cent marker in there. But yeah, Bob, you're good people, and I'm happy you're here. I'm always happy when you're in here because I I can I don't know, I get what that's got to be like. I appreciate that, Bob. And honestly, at this point, smashing the like button, subscribing to my channel is how you support me, right? Now, once we get to a point where that stuff goes through or what have you, I mean, hey, maybe I will set up a PayPal. Damn it, maybe I'll do something like that. But and I appreciate you, and but I just want people to be have some kind of fun and not be alone in life, and link up with other people that are intelligent, actually calling shit like it is, because there's so much of that. Well, no, you've got to sway to my point of view. No, 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 no. I may not agree with Beans on the state if the Earth is round or flat, for example, but the two of us can have a conversation and still be cool. And that's what I think it really is all about. Sorry, Beans. I am the only one in an unfriendly state. I am a pilgrim in an unholy land, Sheree, when it comes to nugs. Like, I'm the only one. I'm just like, damn it, everybody around me. And here they keep getting close to passing it, and then they screw it all up. They're just, honestly, that's one of those things I'm looking forward to, is seeing if Nancy Mace does run for governor of the state. If she wins, she will fucking implement that stuff overnight, almost guaranteed. Because Nancy Mace is all for it. Yeah, I mean, and that's the other thing. I'm not trying to. The other thing is this: I don't want you to feel insulted in some way, like, oh, what, my money's not good enough, or something like that. That's not it, Bob. It's not it at all, man. If anything, trust me, I'd be happy to take it. But at this moment, It's not just time for it yet. I don't know. I don't know how I can tell you that or why I feel that way, but eventually and sooner rather than later, it may become that kind of thing. But right now, it's more of a. I'm still in my first year. I started this shit up at how long ago, guys? September. Did we figure this out? It was September last year I started streaming. So we're coming up on a 1 year anniversary. I'm thinking about maybe at a year, but I also need to clean the desk up, make this stuff a little bit more presentable, maybe upgrade the camera, do something, right? And Beans is always saying to me, well, get the money and all that stuff. Like if people want to send you stuff, take it and then invest in equipment, invest in lighting, invest in a better microphone, whatever the case may be. Yeah, 4 years ago for the bids. That's correct. Good call, David. It is. It's 4 years ago for the bids, and then streaming has only been a year. Because honestly, I didn't know which way I was going to take the channel up, down, left, right, whatever. Actually, I think the original vision was to do like videos that were tongue in cheek, that were ripping the pop culture, and I just couldn't get it right. Like, and then it switched over to stories about me and my old friends and the adventures we had, which was cool. And then I was like, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing with this shit. I started doing cryptids and I was like, that's kind of cool. I don't know. Then I did an Easter egg for, I want to say, The Expanse, the final season of The Expanse. And that was the last video I did. And I was like, I'm done. Like, I'm tired of all the editing process, all of the hoopla with doing this stuff, and streaming so much easier. I just turn on a camera and run my mouth. Retired, Bob. I retired at 45. Now, granted, the other day something happened and I felt like I wasn't retired for a little while there. And I mean, there's still some stuff that I'm relevant on, but for the most part, I'm retired. Just enjoying life. I'm not rich by any stretch of the imagination. I'm not like millionaire, billionaire, or any of that crap. Just very fiscally responsible. Yep. Yeah, you're right. It's 6 years on the channel when I started it. And it should be right around my birthday. Yeah. Yeah, it should. As a matter of fact, there is a proof of film that I did where I edited an episode of Super Friends. And I'm not going to lie, I'm debating redoing that video and doing a whole different thing with it and having fun. But it's a lot of green screen. I got to remember how to do it, chroma keying, all this kind of crap. But I had done a video for my one buddy where I was like, look, I made it into the Legion of Doom. Check it out. Check me out. Doing this goofy face and everything. And that kind of kicked it off. There was no way to share the video with him. We couldn't send it through data because it was too big. So I did the YouTube channel and did it. It's a private video, actually. Oh no, I can always use the money. Don't make that mistake. Like I said, I'm fiscally responsible. That's all. I'm just very cautious with what the way I spend my money, and honestly, it's because I got a good wife. The wife handles all of it. Just here you go. Here's the loot. Here you go. Golden set up for life, right? Kind of deal. Um, but just the same, like turning this into a job. I don't. That's the other thing. I don't want this to become a job. Like, oh, you have to get on. Oh, you have, like I can see it taking the fun out of it. Like right now, it's a lot of fun. Anybody that ever thought about doing it, I always tell them like, hey, if you think you can or you can't, you're right. Give it a shot. You never know. Damn it. What do I want to do with this, guys? I mean, there's little gears in here and stuff. I don't even know if you guys can see that. It's like a little gear in there, little gear over there. Thinking if I go black with it, or maybe do I want to do this like dirt under here, and then having the front explode out. Do these like metal shards? Well, no, that's a shock wave. Stranded, and that's just it. I don't know how to be somebody else. Like that's faking it till you make it. Basically, it's like that's why I say it pisses me off because I see these people watching other people's content and then just going like, all right, let me pause here for, like 5 minutes into this content of 10 minutes, talk for a minute, and then turn back on the content. You're not adding anything to it. One of the guys I actually respect that, thank you, Devin, by the way, wherever you are, popcorn to you, extra butter, that I appreciate is she actually got me starting to watch Mark Dice. And Mark Dice will watch clips, but he's commenting through every one of those clips and explaining shit and all that stuff. And I really like that style that he has, but it's Mark Dice's style. That's not GAM style. Like my style is to sit here, talk on a mic, and talk smack while interacting with people watching. So I do think you're 100% right, Stranded. Um, I really think you are correct, Stranded. That you have to be yourself. Like you can't fake it. If you do, it's going to be see through to everybody. I got to look up the damn quote. Kid Rock had this quote, and it was an amazing quote. And he said it a long ass time ago. And I just remember the end of it. There we go. Yeah. Here it is. Here's the Kid Rock quote. If it looks good, you'll see it. If it sounds good, you'll hear it. If it's marketed right, you'll buy it. But if it's real, you'll feel it. That is like that is the most dead on quote you could go for. Like, there you go. There's the actual quote. If it looks good, you'll see it. If it sounds good, you'll hear it. If it's marketed right, you'll buy it. But if it's real, you'll feel it. He's not wrong. If I'm being fake, you guys would all be like, man, this Mark ass trick. He doesn't know what the hell he's saying. Like, but I'm just me and I'm just telling you like it is. Beans, you always get shout outs. Always get shout outs. All the time. You always get shout outs. You just don't realize it. Well, actually, you probably do because you're listening when you're at work or whatever and driving around on your scooter mobile, doing your Uber stuff or your Uber Eats stuff or whatever as your like, what is it, like fourth or fifth job. But I'm always liking shout out to Beans wherever she is. We always shout you out. Oh no. Somebody take that. Oh my God. Somebody take that ice cream away. Get it away. Swear to God. It's like gremlins. You feed them after midnight, especially if it's ice cream, we're all in trouble. You sold it? Really? Why? Did you invest in a car instead? Hulk I'm cool with. This is going to be a problem. All kinds of machine parts flying out of this thing. The only thing I know is this Incredible Hulk is going to be yellow. Actually, you know what? The front of it's going to be yellow. Let me go orange as it floats back into a red. All right, let's paint dirt. Give me some doo-doo brown. Hey, Bob. Thank you, man. We appreciate the hell out of you. Trust me, Sheree will eventually get her PayPal set up. But, you can tip her. And like I said, give me a couple more months. I'm starting to get the hang of this. And I think I'm all right. But either way, you're always welcome here. I don't give a shit about money. I give a shit about the people behind the money. So you are always more than welcome, my friend, to jump in, add your voice, and hang out, have fun, throw back a few while talking with some friends. We appreciate you. Get some rest. When you hit the floor, Tom, what the? You're in the wrong. You got to ask Six. Six is the one to ask about anything doing with drums. Six is actually a nasty ass drummer. Yeah, Bob's a good man, and thank you for your service, Bob, too, on top of it. All right, let's make dirt not hurt. I don't know if I'm feeling this. I don't know if I'm feeling this brown. Maybe it's because I just used so much damn brown on Squirrel Girl last week. This feels off. I feel like I'm painting poop. Or painting with poop. I'm not sure. Definitely poopish, though. Pimps in the crib, ma. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Yeah. He said tom, so I was assuming he meant the tom drum. I don't know. I don't know. Sorry, guys. I am as musically inclined as other people are. Well equipped to read scripture. Like I'm just I'm just a nub when it comes to music. I do know what I like to hear though. Remember, hey, you guys asked me to say something racist, and I said it. I dance like a white boy, and that should tell you the extent of my rhythm. Matter of fact, God forbid, if somebody ever tried to teach me to dance, feel sorry for that person. They'd be like, what the hell is this? What does he do? This is terrible. You are the whitest man I've ever met, sir. Be like, yeah, I am. Yes, I am. Good news though. I think next actual paint stream, as long as all goes well, I got the second half to the one vampire model printing now. As long as I did the cut right on that one, then after that is invincible, and it'll be time to do everything in black, and then we can kick off the next round of shit to paint, like the Joker, Scare Bear, um, the Batman that laughs, a couple cryptids. I think I got the Baroness from G.I. Joe too. I need to paint, which that's actually a pretty slick looking model. The only thing is, I think that one's mainly just all done in black with a little bit of skin, so not much to her. She's definitely got a pistol in her hand and sunglasses on, which will well, be easy. That's correct, Beans. Never all. But yeah, God save anybody who tried to teach me how to dance. Stranded, thank you for tuning in. You know, I'll give you those shout outs throughout the show. Appreciate you. Um, Try and have a good fourth. Stay out of trouble. Don't burn down your neighbor's house. And enjoy yourself. We'll catch you next time. I'm only going to take this base piece so far anyway before I stop for the night because I really do want to get a decent brick pattern and find that one. I've got a Hulk comic from a video game that has this logo almost identical to it. If I can find that Hulk comic, which should just be filed away under Incredible Hulk, then I'll be able to deck this Incredible Hulk logo out where it looks good. I don't like the one that he has painted here. It's just gold. That's simple. I actually would do it with like the comic book style. Look at that. Eugene asking for help. Good man. And asking six, no less. Asking the right guy for help. I don't know if you knew this or not, Eugene. Six actually has written original music that he has in movies. Now, granted, they're porn movies, but sometimes that soundtrack just needs to hit right, you know. And Six has provided a couple of those movies. He's done a great job with it. We're all proud of him. He doesn't like to talk about it. He's very modest. What you guys are just finding this out now? Am I breaking news here? Like, what you guys didn't know? Damn, Six, you didn't share that with anybody else? Man, I'm sorry I gave up that secret. And before you guys asked, they weren't gay movies. They were straight. Usually like two, three on one guy, but they were still straight. Damn, people get all judgmental. That deserves a super chat. See, like you guys are excited about that stuff. You really are. I'm shocked. And Sheree, I'm sad because honestly, that's you're Ray, you do realize me getting monetized, part of the reason why I'm so driven is because of you, right? Because I don't think it's fair that you never get paid and take time away from the family, all that kind of stuff to sit there and chill in the chat. And I get the whole, well, I'm here to support you, GAM. I appreciate the hell out of that. But at the same point in time, I'm here to support you too, sis. And I can help like that, you know, I will. Buy Rick James a 6-pack or something. Buy him a nice bottle of Henny. I don't know. It's definitely. I do think that should be something for moderators. Well, let me rephrase that. If you've got like 1 to 2 or 3 moderators on your chat, depending on how big it is. Now, if you make everybody a moderator, well, divvying up that loot might make you go broke. Like you end up negatives in some cases. But it's the same way. I don't. Speaking of mods, what the hell is the deal? All of a sudden, out of nowhere, a new mod jumps in on ABL's chat and is just like, "Oh, was he mentioning me?" I'm like, "Who the fuck are you? Like, what? You come in at the end of the show and like you want some kudos and some snaps for being a mod? Get the fuck out of here! Who the hell do you think you are?" No, I didn't say he's in them. I said he wrote the music for them during the love scenes. He was showing his gentle nature. I didn't say he was in them. God damn it. I said he wrote the music for them. Yeah. He has an editor? What the fuck? You call that editing? That ain't editing. What the? Holy shit. That's like 2 clicks and a smack in the mouth. Like, I mean, he's not filming on green screen and like, cutting in his commentary and stuff like that. What the hell do you need an editor for? You're not adding extra clips that give clarity to a situation. You're just rolling a news clip and then cutting your commentary on it. How does that work? Man, really? That's redonkulous. You don't need an editor for that shit. Even that, dude, oh my God. So, okay. Let's break down one of GAM's videos, right? And mind you, I did all the editing myself and it would take like 2 days, right? I would have to sit there in costume with the green screen behind me. I would film me just doing motions with my hands, talking. So, talking to you and pointing at you and telling you everything's good. And, hey, look, that's the way shit goes. And all right. So, anyway, and doing all that motion and stuff, right? And then I would take it, load it through. I would do the voiceover. So I would record my voice completely separate and then overlay it into the film. Or even better, I would do the voice first, then start it with the costume on and everything, do the acting out while my voice is playing back in a small earpiece in my ear. So I know what I'm saying, what I'm supposed to be saying, and doing the hand motions in conjunction with my voice, like I would if I was just having a conversation. Then I had to add the background. I cut the intro on. All that stuff, it doesn't take all that much time. Like, it doesn't. If all I was doing was, somebody got arrested yesterday. What's going on, y'all? It's ABL. And like going to my whole thing. Okay, let's watch the clip. Click and click the video. That shit would take me like 5 minutes to edit and put out. Like, there's nothing to it because you're just going off the camera. That's I don't know how to explain it. It's you don't need an editor for that process. It takes you like 5 minutes to do it. She makes videos from a lot of the stories in chat. Like what videos? Like does she make videos of this is how Carmelo Anthony really did it? You better get out of here, son. We're gonna run you off out of this stadium. Yeehaw! Sir, don't hurt me, sir. I have a weapon here. I'm warning you now. You better get out of here, son. Otherwise, we coming all for you. Yeehaw! Okay, it's time for me to pull it out. I'm warning you now. I'll stabby stabby. Is it like that kind of shit? Like, no. I don't know what the hell Frontier is. What the hell is Frontier? Like, did this happen this week or something? Did I miss something? I mean, look, she's getting paid to do stuff. That's cool. That's great. Still doesn't solve for my problem of why isn't Sheree getting paid to do stuff because Sheree's doing a lot of work. And there is a lot of work. You know, there's quite a bit of work that goes into all the crap, and I watch Beans go through it too. When Beans was, we call Beans the OG. OG Beans was on the scene and having no putting up with no bullshit, if you know what I mean. Like, yeah, I'm not sure what she edited. Like if it's like Timcast, where okay, Timcast he had and she didn't do I don't know, maybe she did do a terrible job, but he's got like the one dude. He's like, yeah, I push all the buttons, Surge or whatever. I think dude's name was. He had Lydia before that, and they have to switch the cameras every time somebody's talking. So whenever somebody's like starting to talk, they'll switch the cameras between the people. Okay, I kind of get that part, making sure the audio is good while you're talking and everything else. That's an interactive podcast. ABL doesn't do that. He just turns on a camera, turns on a microphone, and starts running his mouth and clicking different tabs from either X or wherever he's getting his news from. I mean, hey, look, I'm not knocking her because I've never seen her work. I'm sure she's a very talented editor. My point is that ABL doesn't really need one. And as far as AI goes, as long as I'm willing to go spend the money on the credits, you can do all kinds of crap with AI nowadays. Like I can do a full on 20-minute stream about the Bible or something and just have AI. All I do is type out the script, feed it to AI. You can assign a narrator and you can assign the video to it. I'm not really doing anything though. You know what I mean? AI is actually very, very easy to use, like stupid easy to use. Where nowadays, some of those AIs, it's indistinguishable from a major motion picture in certain cases. Like, not gonna lie at all. There's even ways to get, like, say you do an old man with a beard wearing a trench coat, we'll say, right? You can have that same exact actor in every scene that he's supposed to be in with AI. It's easy. Okay, I understand now. So ABL's doing his own editing for like his daily videos, right? Like I said, that they're stupid easy. She's doing ones from the chat, but what do you mean from the chat? Like if we're having a conversation, let's say about homeless bakers, does she go and like show a redneck teaching his daughter how to cook out of the back of a tent in a stone oven or something? Because, like I said, there's editors that I've seen like Quarter Black Garrett when Nerdrotic hired him on. Nerdrotic's videos got like 10 times better because Quarter Black Garrett is amazing with the editing. Like he's phenomenal, but Gary already had done editing professionally for Hollywood films, like a small Hollywood studio. So his weren't bad to begin with, but Quarter Black Garrett's like amazing at it. I mean, yeah, I guess. I'll have to check it out, Sheree. Because like I said, I don't get I don't get what you're paying for, kind of deal. Like why would you do that? Why would you need an editor when it's unnecessary? It's the same way I feel about that fat buzzard neck. What's his name? The quartering, right? He did a video, God, about a week and a half ago, and he like was having a nervous breakdown because something with YouTube, all of a sudden he's not getting the same traffic he was. And I don't know if that's people are tired of watching his stuff. I don't know what the deal is. I'll be honest with you, like with him. But his video, I was like, my channel is going to change or something like that. And I'm like, what the hell is this? And he's like, one, he's out of breath while he's talking. He's talking kind of real fast and he's like rocking back and forth. Like not rocking back and forth in his chair. He's like stood up at the microphone and going shuffling from one leg to the other, moving back and forth the whole time like he's anxious. And he's talking about, so my wife doesn't have to sell her feet pics on the internet. Like, motherfucker, you didn't bank any of this money. He's like, I have a staff of 10 that works for me. I'm like, a staff of 10 for what, dude? You're a fat fuck who sits on the internet. They're definitely not making you look sexy. Like, what are we doing here? Why do you need a staff of 10? You're just a dude who sits on the internet and talks shit about topical stories. Like you're the flea market of, you're the flea market vendor of, political and cultural news. Like, what do you need to? I might have to cut my staff down to 3 people. I don't give a fuck if you cut it down to one. It should just be one. You fat asshole. Good night, Eugene. No, it's not even venting. It just that shit pisses me off to the extent that look, I just had Bob in here like, yo, how can I give you money? Basically, because I enjoy your content and what you're saying makes sense. And I'm like, yo, I'm too amateur at this to, collect your money. But this fat fuck is on the internet, like whining about how he's not getting like what, 100 grand a month or something. Like, really, dude? How much money do you need? You're getting like, you've got like 2 million plus subscribers. You have no less than like, I've seen like 50 to 250K per video you put out. And that most of that's going to be video on demand, not like first run release where you're not going to make all that much from it. So you're making all the AdSense. You've got the AdSense turned on where every 2 minutes there is a commercial in your videos. You're doing 3 live shows. You're doing like 5 videos a day and 3 live shows. How much money is enough money for you, you fat fuck? It's shit like that. It disgusts me. It's like, how much more pandering do you need to do? Hey, buy my coffee. Hey, I got a blow up doll. Looks like my wife. Buy that too while you're at it. Like, bro, like, calm the fuck down. Half the reason I don't watch your shit anymore is because you're fat, whiny, and then you get there. You don't even talk in adult language. You can't even say like these two people were murdered. No, it's they were unalived because you're afraid that video is not going to make you like 10 grand or whatever you're going to make off of it. Right. And then you're going to turn the fuck around and then do ads every 2 minutes, AdSense dollars. And then you're going to turn around and in those 2 minutes, I get done listening to you opening up with, well, the story of the day is, Tim Pool may or may not have sucked a dick. By the way, coffee brand coffee, like you're going to go into your own goddamn promo about whatever kind of shit you're trying to sell me. Like, how much money is enough money for you that you're going to make off of being a whiny bitch on the internet? Explain this. I'm just watching this shit and like I watched this video and not one part of me felt sorry, none of it. And all I kept thinking was, take your fat ass out and go get a real goddamn job. Go work your guts out. Like most of the people I know, like I did since I was 14. Go break your fucking ass. Maybe you won't look like a fat, sloppy fucking nutsack. Like, go do something. Go do something with your life. And don't tell me about how you got social anxiety. That was one of the things he said one time was, well, I get real bad social anxiety. So you put yourself on the internet where everybody's going to pot shot you and make fun of you? Like, are you serious? What kind of asshole are you? Not my kind of asshole, I'll tell you that much. Then you walk into like, I remember he was on Tim Pool's show. He's on Tim Pool's show like he's big time or something. ABL went there with respect, went there as a guest, knew exactly like how to play in with Tim Pool, all that kind of stuff. Like, yep, I kind of knew where my cue was to talk and all that, but he's the star and like understood all that shit. Jeremy went on there and was just like, derp, I'm kind of in control. I think I'm a bigger YouTuber than you, dope. And it's like, no, you fat slob. Like, I think people just feel sorry for your ass and like we're watching you. And now your content has gone to dog shit because all you want to do is grift people for their loot. And you proudly say you're a grifter. That's not me calling you a grifter. That's you calling you a grifter. When Ricada Law went through all his stuff, first thing Jeremy did was, I'm not going to talk about it. And he's a friend and all this. And then 2 minutes later, he's on another podcast talking all kinds of shit on Ricada Law. It's like, yo, that's how you treat your friends. I hate to see how you treat your enemies. Like, fuck that dude all the way off. Salty's ads are kind of annoying, but you know what? Salty's at least giving you some fun content. He doesn't like mince words with anything. One of these goddamn Kool-Aid heads. Fucking Salty Cracker goes off. Let me tell you something. Check out Abe. Abe, you believe what this Kool-Aid head had to say about you? Do you believe that, Abe? Whew. He's at least fun, right? I don't want to watch some guy that feels like he's going to have a heart attack while standing up and moving in place. So I got to sell the new holiday bundle of coffee brand coffee. Otherwise, my wife's going to have to sell her feed pics. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, cut your nonsense. I say this all, you guys have heard me say this before. It's the same people. Part of the reason why I feel guilty for people like Bob who are like, or Beans is like, I would send you a super chat for this shit, right? Or Bob who's like, yeah, you make sense and all that. I got the loot. I don't mind kicking you some and all this kind of stuff. part of what makes me feel guilty about it is that I know how long it took you to earn that fucking loot. I know that, hey, maybe you made, 25 bucks an hour, we'll say, right? You send me a $10 super chat, we'll say a $12.50. That's half an hour you had to work to send me that money. And all I did was sit here and run my mouth on the internet and paint shit. That's part of what my problem is with me with taking money from people who watch me and stuff. That's part of what bothers me. Maybe that'll change one day and I'll be like, oh no, send me all your money. I don't care. Just send it to me. I'm not there yet. I'm more like, I know what you had to do. I know what I had to do for, X amount of dollars an hour. Working retail and having customers be assholes and little kid shit his pants in the store. Listen to a mom fucking scream at her kids because they won't behave, and people going through and wrecking an entire display because, it's too hard for them to put an item back where they fucking found it. This kind of thing. So I get it. I know what it's like. I know what it's like to stand in the kitchen in 110-degree heat and just setting a stick of butter on the counter in a bowl and just watching it melt before your eyes because it's so hot in there. Walking out the back door, having somebody hit you with a full bucket of water and getting paid $7.50 an hour for it. And then walk in after getting hit with that full bucket of water and then you're dry in 3 minutes. Completely just dry from the heat in that kitchen. I get it. And, that's part of that keeps me from saying, hey, let me set up my PayPal on here. Let me do this. Let me do that. Why? Because I'm not working hard. I'm just doing a show and providing entertainment or whatever, and fine. Yeah, okay. Then maybe that pays bills for some people. But if that was my entire life goal, I need better life goals. If my big life goal is to be a big man on the internets. You can send me 99 pennies. I'll keep them too because they're going to be collector's items soon since they're not making any more 6. And that's just it. Shout out to people like Stranded, Beans, Mr. Sheree, 6. And a whole variety of others that have come here and stuck with me. Eugene. Point in time where Eugene could have been like, fuck GAM, I'm going a different way with this. There's a point in time where Stranded could have been like, fuck GAM, I'm going a different way with this. And never come to my channel ever again. Hell, shout out to Moki too. Moki still comes over and visits, right? But I don't take myself all that seriously either. And, like I do in certain cases, but I don't when it comes to other things. I know what it's like to break your ass for a living, day in, day out, and what that dollar actually does represent to you. That's time away from your family, your friends, your girlfriend, your fiance, your brother, your sister, your grandmother, whatever. It's time that you spend away from your pet, even, just to earn that fucking dollar. And have I earned it yet? I don't feel I have. Not yet. I'm getting there. Oh, I'm getting there. Oh, you trust me, I'm getting there. Oh, yeah, baby. I'm definitely getting there. And you guys will know. You guys, and I won't ever go full ass. Please send me money. Please buy my shitty coffee. Please, please. You don't understand. I need another fucking lap band belt for my gut because I'm too fucking fat from not exercising like a normal ass person. Please help me. I need surgery to get my eyes to both look the same direction at the same time instead of pointing on opposite sides of my head. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to go off there. Went off the reservation a little bit. I'm sorry. I think I'm back on it. That is that's just insane. Like I said, nobody's firing anything off here. Tomorrow's a different story. But as of now, nah. We got no issues. Puppers is being a good puppers. He's well on his way to his puppy cup. He gets spoiled. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That same kind of shit applies to Tim Pool too. Make $4 million a month, and then bitch that you don't get weekends off. Like, bro, really? All you do is be bald and whine on the internet. Shout out to you that you can sucker people and take their loot like that. I'm sorry. I guess I'm built at different things because I just can't do it. Can't do it. Which, not gonna lie, that might be the reason why you guys actually like, Sheree, you support me, Beans, you support all you guys in the chat support me. Maybe that's why. Because I'm just once again, if it looks good, you'll see it. Sounds good, you'll hear it. Marketed right, you'll buy it. But when it's real, you'll feel it. And that's where I'm at with things is, I'm very real. I'm just going to tell you. Same way I can be an asshole sometimes, guys. I know that's not a shock to anybody. Anybody that's been in this stream long enough, you guys know I can be a dick, right? But the whole thing is, you guys also know that I'm honest. I'm definitely really a dick sometimes. Yeah, I'm sorry. I should apologize to you guys. I've been pretty good with checking my language. But like I said, sometimes I'll see something and I'll see shit like that. And then the more I go down that rabbit hole in my head of you lazy son of a bitch. Shout out to you. And, you worked hard to get where you're at. You broke your ass to get your ratings. You killed it to get every subscriber. You provided entertaining content. But once you got a taste of that, a little taste of money, what did it do to you? It turned you into a bitch to it. You are now a slave to, please God, everybody watch my content. I don't want it to be that way. I don't ever, if this channel starts to go that way, I'm pretty sure I got good enough people in my chat and that have my back that will literally tell me, like, and not just on the stream, that I know in real life, like Bubba would be like, man, you're being an asshole. What the fuck's wrong with you? You better straighten the fuck up. Right? Or, hey, Gam, something, I was watching your content the other night, and let me just tell you something, Gam. I'm not very happy with you right now, okay? Don't make me come over there, and I got a size 13 boot. I'm going to place it directly in your ass, and it's going to be turned sideways. I'm just going to let you know that, okay, Gam? Straighten up. Or Sheree, like, man, your ass is grass. I'm telling Rick James, come over there, slap the fuck out of you. It's not with that I don't like you shit. I don't know. It actually bothers me because I do like you. You're good people. If I didn't like you, honestly, I wouldn't interact with you, like, at all. I would just nope you the fuck out of here. Like, nope. Yep. Nope. It would be one word answers. It wouldn't be a whole conversation starter. It would, like, legit be like, yep, nope. Nope, fuck that. I mean, you guys have no idea. If I really go off the reservation or really started to get full of myself, my wife would be like, I'm going to beat the ever loving shit out of you when you go to sleep. Don't you fall asleep. I will take the bricks from the side of the house that we have stacked there, load them into a pillowcase, and just whoop your fucking ass till you're black, blue, and broken. Like, you guys think I'm kidding too? No, she would. And she'd start with my knees first so I couldn't run. Stop being a dick. Good night, Bubba. I love you, man. Happy 4th of July. Yeah, I mean, if you want somebody that like I said, there are a few people in my life, my actual everyday life and all that. Well, now there's really very few people, but even back in the day and all that, that could actually gut check me and make me stop and really feel like a pile of shit just by saying some words to me. Guido was one of those people. My kids, that's two of those people. And then, well, three of those people technically. But my wife, my God, not only will she make me feel like shit, she'll make me feel stupid. She will, and then on top of it, she will beat the shit out of me. Like, I don't think you understand. I mean, beat the shit out of me. And she'll do it on the slide too. She's not stupid. She's not going to be like, oh, yeah, get your hands up. No, she'll wait. She'll be like, hey, you in there taking a shit? Yeah, I'm taking a shit. And next thing I know, the door will just kick open. She'll kick the door open and just fucking Louisville slugger right to the dome. Just, that's for what you said last week, you dick. Like, God damn it. You forgot to wash the dishes. What? Oh, shit. My knee. Well, if I break your hand, you won't be able to wash the dishes. You'll have an excuse. If I break your knee, well, you can stand on one leg and do that shit. Yeah, you ain't gonna miss much, bub. I'm pausing right here on the paint job. I got the dirt in. All this I'm gonna do. I'm thinking about doing brick on the actual bricks. I haven't decided yet. I really wish I knew what the original vision was for what he's on. I do like the way I even got the glow in the eyes kind of right, huh? Like they do look like they're radiating. The highlight on the abs, I think, came off sweet. It does kind of follow the eye. The pecs, same thing. Maybe I should go a little darker in here. 50-50 on that. What do you guys think? You think I should go a little bit? Because he kind of looks like he has panda eyes to an extent. If I go, let's see, drop a little nugget of this green shit back on here. Mix in a little bit of water, a little bit of green. I might be able to darken that up. I'm not feeling it quite that blown out on the glow from the eye. Like in person, it looks good. On camera, it kind of looks like shit. Not gonna lie. I forgot the goddamn face wasn't linked down. That's a little bit better, I think. Well, of course you can't hang much longer. You friggin' freebased like probably like 6 pints of ice cream like a crackhead and then ran around the room screaming about, all kinds of different things. Listen to me go off and then chilled out. And now that sugar high's wearing off. Yeah, you like that, Sheree? You think that's better? The way I did the eye, like cleaned them up, made them where they're more focused, and they still look. If you angle it, I'm still getting the glow off them. Oh, Hulk smash! Especially if she's hot. You know what's sad? It's funny, but it's sad at the same time. I look back at some of the older streams and some of the stuff I did, like the Iron Man model, and I looked at the paint job on it. I'm like, wow, that was actually a really well done one, right? At the end of it. And then I look at how many views it has, and I'm like, damn, I did a model that was much shit. It was like the Punisher. Like, damn, I failed on that model and I got way more views on it. God, are more people tuning in to watch me suck, or what's the deal here? Yeah, I could believe that. Every day since June 11th. I did that one time with the pub when I was, God, I must have been about 17, and went from whenever school ended. That was the year I got thrown out, and I had 1 month to get through, and I would have, gone to my senior year or whatever and got thrown out. So that's why I always say I had 2 junior years. And I had a month. So from then until September, I went to work at the pub every day. And every day I would come in and be like, this is day, 47, day 52, day 63, or whatever, day 70. And just never, it didn't take a break, nothing. You better be careful with all that sugar. Go right to your legs and your butt. That's what it does to me. You don't want to be fat like me. Nobody wants to be fat like me. So this is where we're at with Mr. Holkey. I think he's coming out okay. So we just I gotta nail the second part of him. Oh shit, we hit 6 hours. So yeah, this is I do think that's funny. That's why you got the crown back there, Sheree. Shout out to Stranded, she had it for a minute there. Shout out to Steve, he had it for a minute there. But yeah, Sheree, you're in here so long that the crown always will pass back to you. I can almost guarantee it. I'm still trying to figure out how this point system works. Oh yeah, Sheree, you're up on everybody by 100 points. But I don't understand what this means. Keep showing your support. Like if people are sending me super chats right now, you're sending it directly to YouTube. I will not see a dime of it. Yeah, I mean it's 2 a.m. here. At 3 a.m., I might be lonely. Eh, hopefully, you guys got that joke. Yeah, I'm looking at. I'm sitting here. I'm looking at mine, and then looking at what's on screen, which is definitely off color and stuff compared to the one I'm doing or what I'm looking at as the actual model. And then I'm looking at the one that the guy did, that he actually did the model from and all that. And I guess that isn't the real paint job on it. That's actually artificial. But I'm looking at the two of them comparative, and like he didn't do the purple pants. He actually did brown pants. So I guess the Hulk was having one of those loose bowel days. But yeah, I'm definitely going for a different paint scheme on this ground part. So like I said, I think the little cogs will look neat. As a matter of fact, I don't even know if I've done them in black. I think I did, but I'm gonna have to find them. I did a Bizarro, and it's the same size as this Hulk, same kind of bust, all that stuff. It's got little pieces of kryptonite around it. I'm actually happy with the way this one's coming out. I might have to do that Bizarro now. I actually am kind of happy with the paint job on this guy. He definitely has like highlights to him and everything. I think I might starting to get better at this, guys. Damn, my ass hurts sitting on this stool. I like my creaky chair, the one that leans back. The only thing is, I'd get real lazy and sit here and just rock back and forth like a Riri. Like, while I'm painting, not good. David, man. Well, David Mon, 7 a.m. Really, bud? Your shit's boxed up. I got to double check your address. The wife knows how that all works, but the post office is closed because thanks to your people, your ancestors, David Mon, they gave us this great country called America tomorrow. The post office will be shut down. Yeah, well, I mean, the Hulk better look ripped. Jesus. If he looked like, all soft and everything else, I'd be like, God damn. Sorry, David. I forgot completely about July 4th. Forgot about it being a holiday, all that kind of shit. I mean, I'll be reminded tomorrow as soon as I start hearing fireworks go off and the dog climb right up into my throat, trying to hide. Oh, God. Wow, guys. I think we tied out the high for likes on the stream. We're at 16. I think 16 is as high as I've gotten on one stream. That's pretty good. Well, pretty good for me. Man, I'm telling you. I got to do some kind of bullshit video and just hustle a bunch of subs. Or get David to do that thing he does. David does this thing, right? He does push ups with no hands. I'm not going to tell you what appendage he uses, but have David do his push up trick and then videotape it and put it under my channel. And maybe we can get subscribers that way. Oh, it ain't gifted. We just kicked the shit out of you to get this country. Sorry, we spilled your blood everywhere and then kicked you in the ass back across an ocean. That's how we got this country. You guys tried. And guess what? Not only did you lose to us in that battle, you also lost to the fucking French. You should be disgusted with yourself losing to the French in that manner. God damn it, David. Oh, yeah, David's British. And even better, he's a proud Brit, too. I still say God save the Queen. Not even God save the King. God save the Queen, because that was David's like monarch. -1 sub. Shit. And then fucking You giving me the business? Is that what's going on here? You giving the business? Hey, let me tell you something there, David. Don't make me come over there and show you what a blue penis tastes like, okay? I'll do it, God damn it. David, we're Americans. You expect us to be able to spell? And don't be mad at me because we kicked you out of here and you guys went back to your country because now in your own country, you're just giving that shit away to, well, let's just say people coming across a small ocean on rafts and taking it over. And they're not even having to kill any of you guys to take it. You're just freely giving it. Right, mate. Come on in. Enjoy some fish and chips, some bangers and mash. You know what they say about Smurfs being 3 apples high? That's only from the waist down, okay? I mean, I'm just saying, hey, I'm Italian. What can I say? Man. Oh. When the hell are we getting the Great North or what's it called? I think it's called the Great North. When's the Great North come out, Smurf? We're getting man, what a terrible name, but Clentar as a map for Marvel Rivals, it's looking like. That's coming soon. I'm wondering when the Great North is coming into Valheim so we can finally finish the game. Ain't no date on that GAM. I keep telling them, hey, look, I want to play games with GAM. I want to do it on stream. I want to talk shit while I'm playing games with GAM. But you guys ain't giving me the update. Now, you give me the update, stop giving me the business. You guys got to knock this shit off, okay? This is Smurf talking to you. Did they put 2.0 out on Xbox? I got 7 Days to Die on disc. I don't even have a digital copy. David, do you play Skull and Bones? Didn't you play that game with Twisted? Didn't you spend like $70 on that thing? I just bought it for $10 the other day, or $12, I think, for a deluxe edition. Yeah, 7 Days to Die is fun. The only thing is the Xbox version didn't update like the PC version. So there's stuff that was like it was old animations in it, and you can only build up to the go kart. I think now there's like a gyrocopter and all kinds of crap in it. Yeah, Gam, it's awesome. You run around, the zombies come for you. You build traps. You trap them in the house. You say, "Hey, come kiss my Smurf hole," and they come in at you. They fall in the trap. You just shoot them in the head real quick. We call it a day. It's epic. It's like the PC game now. It's all advanced. They're very, very great for a game that came out like 15 years ago. It's not as good as like a browser game where you run around like a fool and people make fun of you for playing it, but it's pretty fun. You should play with me, Gam. You should come check this out. Come have some fun. Be fun to hear you screaming and yelling about goddamn zombies again. It's been a while. Oh goddamn! I'm home stretching. Definitely home stretching, guys. I should pull off like a 24-hour stream one of these days. Just wake up and go until the next day. Have like nobody watching me. I always feel like there's nobody watching me. And my stream is boring. They're saving off this crap. I gotta wait till the video's done to upload the pic. What the TikTok? What is it? Oh my god! How do they have 24-hour streams on TikTok? I thought that shit was all like 30-second clips or like a minute and 30 seconds or something like that. TikTok scares me. It worries me. I feel like it rots the minds of children around the world. Well, at least in America and maybe Britain. I don't know what it's like over in Britain. Over in Britain, it's just like, right, we all gonna jump around, mate, and say things, and bloke, and cuz, and bruv. Right, gov. Okay, bye. Brink. Like, oh shit, what was that TikTok about? I don't quite get it. I have to send it over to my translator, David. TikTok does have a lot of people, and I'm not gonna lie. Bubba would watch me on TikTok. Bubba watches everything on TikTok. He adapted to that way faster than I ever did. I'd have to figure out how to dual stream and all that stuff. I really do. I'm lazy with it because I'm using the just plain Jane OBS. I should probably, live stream to Rumble, TikTok, YouTube, Pornhub, whatever else will take me. That's because I'm not British. I'm American. Just be glad I've lived in the South long enough where I should be talking kind of like this and just talking to y'all about different things having to do with barbecue, crawdaddies, fishing on a boat, just the chilling kind of life. I do declare that everything is great down here in the South. Instead, I still got my fucking Jersey accent and talk fast as fuck. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what. Like, I'm not gonna lie though. I really should cut shorts. I should do shorts out of my streams some way, shape, or form, and clip stuff and all that stuff, and throw it out there. Yeah, well, hey, Beans. You know what? I guarantee you, there's some freak that would click on it. Guaranteed. Did you be like, what is he painting with the brush in his butt? What's he doing here? David, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know how the hell that works. For God's sakes, I have this channel. I have, well, actually, you know what? I really just have this channel because I also have the Sorry Not Sorry channel. We actually have that one locked in. That's Smurf's channel. Sorry Not Sorry. Oh yeah, Beans. Definitely there's a ton of freaks on these interwebs, and I look no further than the one guy that just calls in almost weekly, and was he's a homeless baker, and he apparently has worked on battleships, airplanes. I'm pretty sure he was there when Osama bin Laden was shot. Can't be sure though. But and he's not racist at all either. That guy, he's just straight up, just tells people my brother and stuff like that, and that's how he's not racist. Smurf's like, it's our channel, Gam. It's not my channel. That's your channel, Smurf. That was set up to see if you wanted to do podcasting or not. I was happy to do it with you, but that one's yours. That's 100% your channel. You can rename it to whatever. That's the Smurf channel. tune into tune into Smurf's new channel. What happens when you tune into it? All you la 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 la, and it's just going on over and over and over again. It's just the intro to the Smurfs on a live stream, 24/7 stream. Just keeps repeating. Some little kid finds it, just tortures their parents for like a month with it. Like, yeah, that would be a fun one to do. I'm not gonna lie, Smurf. That's something we should probably look into. Let's go find the old animation. You could get Smurfberry Pie in on it too to do the voice for Smurfette on that, right? But go find like an old episode of the Smurfs and just talk mad smack, right? While we're doing it. Like all of a sudden, all you see is like Papa Smurf comes walking out and he's like addressing them. And it's just, hey, what's going on, you Smurfy Smurfing mother Smurfers? Let me tell you something, all right? You guys are all going to do stuff tomorrow or else. And then you could do like, we'll get David to do the voice for Brainy Smurf. And he's just like, right, fuck you, Gov, right. And then it'll cut back and it's just me going like I don't know which Smurf I'd be. What's the one that's always stuffing his face? Fucking gluttonous Smurf, gluttony Smurf. What the hell's his name? And just be like, you know, like damn, Grandmaster Smurf's angry, and then have Smurfette walk up and Smurfberry Pie like, it's okay, he's just in the mood today. Wait, he saw new animation for what? The Smurfs? Smurfs, like, I mean, we'd have to do the old school ones. I mean, one of the most viral ones that I've ever seen was old X-Men cartoon is still, I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. I hit you with your own pimp. Charles, get out my head. Get out my head, Charles. I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. That still, like, I can still watch that today and it cracks me up. Or when they did the GI Joe PSAs. I don't know if you guys ever saw that and redubbed over them. And like he comes running in, he's just like, pork chop sandwiches, get the fuck out. Oh god, oh pork chop sandwiches. Oh, the whole house is burning down. Oh god damn it, it smells like some good pork chop sandwiches. I used to love that. Because you can dub all kinds of stuff over different animations. Yeah, dude, six. You know what I'm talking about. Pork chop sandwiches. Oh god, because the kid like sets the stove on fire. They're playing around and he set the stove on fire, and I think it's Lifeline comes running in, and like the actual PSA is like, "Quick, kids, get out of the house when there's smoke like this. The whole place could burn down around you, and you could get trapped inside." And he's just like, he comes running. He's like, "Oh fuck, get out of the house! Oh shit, pork chop sandwiches." G.I. Joe was the best for that shit at the end. And knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe. Classic, classic, classic. Well, I'm winding down. I'm pretty sure Beans passed out from a sugar high. Um, I need to get rest anyway. Go eat some supper or something. I gotta see what the hell I got to eat anyway. I really should have made dinner before I even thought about streaming. Put it aside for later, but nope, I'm an asshole. Appreciate all you guys. And shout out to the greatest mods on these interwebs. Sheree, you are the greatest mods. Please get a PayPal, please. Shout out to Stranded. I know you're watching this on the replay. And it's 4th of July now, so happy 4th of July. And we'll finish up the base for him. That shouldn't take all that long on next stream. Well, I say that now. I'm going to kick myself in the nuts later, especially if I got to do out every little brick in red. And it might take a little bit of time or it might take no time. I'm not sure. But as soon as that's done, then I think I'll fire up the airbrush. We'll get some of the stuff painted in the black and rock and roll from there. Hey, well, it may be past your bedtime. I just said you cracked out from that sugar high. I'm taking it down myself. It's that time. But happy 4th of July, everybody. Enjoy time with your family, friends, all that kind of stuff. I will be streaming tomorrow night for those that are bored and just want to come in and goof around, but I'm not going to be doing anything serious. I might play that Skull and Bones game that's like 2 years old now just to see how it plays and have fun with it. But nothing serious tomorrow night. So you don't make it, and everybody enjoy your 4th. Thank you guys again. Thank you for tuning in every week, taking time out of your busy schedules and your regularly scheduled life to sit here and listen to this guy rant on the internets. Shout out again to Leo too. Keep working on customizations. That's awesome. You put in time, you put in work. It came out cool. Really do appreciate it, and I do appreciate that shout out, man. You did a good job. Always be creative. That's my advice to you. Just always be creative. If you're still out there, Leo. But yeah, thank you guys. Everybody get some rest. Enjoy your 4th of July. And until next time, don't take shit from anybody. Good night, everybody. And thank you again.